It's good practice, in a sense, seeing how long I can sit there silently with a camera in front of me before I have to say something. Silence is important, right? To command on stage, in performance. And we can sit there with the weight of hesitation. I think that's useful. Good morning. Hi Ishmael, hi Nikki, hi Ace. Welcome all from across the far reaches of the globe. It is me, it is I, Imogen, streamer, the person streaming on Twitch. Life's good. Life's good. I did some blackout poetry this morning. It's on my wall now. It's right there. Kind of hard to see, but that's the blackout poetry. I didn't think I was going to do blackout poetry this morning, but I woke up and I started to write. I try to write at the beginning of every day. I wake up, just like get a pen in front of me and a paper in my hand, and just have at it, and it goes in all sorts of different directions. The other day it manifested as a slam poem that I'm quite excited about. Today it did not, and in fact it usually comes out art as, whatever you're not trying to force it to be is the reality, right? Because if we force it, it slips through our fingers. And so I woke up and I was like, I'm going to write another slam poem. I need to write 3 slam poems before July 28th or 24th or whatever it is, because that's when I'm going to do a poetry slam again and kill it on stage and have my shit memorized. But I need to have shit to have memorized, which means I need to write some stuff. So I sat down and I started to write like some slam, basically, and I'm like, this is terrible. So it's terrible, it sucks. And so I did blackout poetry. And that went pretty well, so, that's how it goes. I got to cut up a book that I really don't like. I have this book that, like, my mom gave me that was this, like, it calls itself a manifesto to creatives or something, and it's some book by, like, a sales guy who had a midlife crisis and realized that he'd wasted half of his life and wanted to do art, and then decided that he could speak for the the entire demographic of people who are artists. So I didn't like that book much at all. But his writing is kind of expressive, so good for blackout poetry. I think Nikki and Ace, you liked the post on Instagram, so you saw the blackout poetry page maybe that said womp 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 womp. So that's from that book that I don't like. Well, blackout poetry is kind of fun, right? It's this very like intuitive, expressive thing. You have to act decisively. You just like cross something out and then it goes away forever. Sometimes, this morning I like crossed out a word that I didn't want to cross out, and now I'm like, I must adapt. I must change. I fucked it up, and now I gotta fix it or whatever. I don't know why my one of my chats isn't like loading. That's really how do I refresh this guy? Let me reset. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, well, that's fine. Well, how do I get out of the settings? Sheesh. Let me go back to chat. Oh my gosh. Guys, it's broken. How do I fix it? How do I go back? It's refresh. Okay, just refresh. Please. Please, pretty please. No, it's stuck on settings. And I hit X and the chat's just gone now. And I don't know how to get the chat back. I think if I go here. Oh, no, not that. God damn it. I'm like clicking things on OBS and they're breaking and okay. Now I have chat for the occasional YouTube comment to say something strange. We gotta have it. Hi Ray, welcome in. Sometimes the rush of creativity doesn't hit until the dead of night. I feel like I can do creativity whenever. That I can do. It's just a matter of what creativity suits the moment, right? I don't need the rush of creativity, right? I don't need the rush, but the creativity needs to be channeled in like the right way for my mood, because I have many ways that I can be creative. I can do music, I can do writing, I can do the different kinds of writing and poetry and whatever. I just got to channel it in the right direction. I could probably be like continuously creative if I was good enough, but I'm not. And so this, and I am regularly creative in the morning because I wake up and I want to do shit, and then like there's a pen in front of me, but if I force it to be a slam poem, it breaks, right? So that. My gremlin never cooperates when I want to write something specific. Yeah, and I think that's always tricky. But I think the good thing is if we're thinking about making a specific kind of art, if I'm thinking about making slam, then it's latent. It's in my mind. This morning, I said something to my dad in the kitchen, and I was like, "Whoa, that was like some slam poetry-esque wordplay," because slam is just on the brain, I was also watching other slam poets. Slam is I'm dissatisfied watching a lot of slam poets, honestly. I don't like a lot of it. Maybe that's why I want to write it, because I want to write something different within the medium. I get tired of other people's trauma, and there's nothing wrong with writing really trauma laced slam poetry, but not my thing. I don't know. Or I'll do it in a more interesting way than confession, Yeah, YouTube chat's funny. Every time I hear you say slam, I hear Slam by Onyx in my head, like the Pokemon move Slam. I'm not I'm not familiar enough with Pokemon to like have those sort of things downloaded, uh, but yeah, I never was really a Pokemon person. I had some Pokemon cards as a kid in the way that like everyone has some Pokemon cards. But once I got into Magic, like Pokemon, no, I didn't care. Uh, and I never watched it, the show until later. And then I tried to watch it. I'm like, wow, this is like hard to watch. Uh, and I never played the games because I never had a DS. Uh, and I feel like that was the main way one would play a Pokemon game was on the DS. And my family had a Wii because there were three children, and it's obviously more cost effective to get a Wii and say, okay, all you go play with the Wii together, um, so we don't have to, listen to you whine about things, and instead of getting three DSs, right? No, Onyx, the rap group from New York. I feel like Onyx, probably has the move Slam though, right? Right? Like the Pokemon Onyx must have Slam. Like that's like such a basic move. But I don't know enough about Pokemon, so that's just a presumption. Okay, Slam by Onyx, the New York rap group, which I am entirely unfamiliar with, because they're probably from the 2000s, 1993, even earlier. Wow. Um, well, I bet it goes crazy because like New York rap from that time was pretty badass. I don't know. I don't know. Um, I did some mending this morning, some sewing. In fact, the pants that I am currently wearing, there was obviously a gash here, on the pants, and now it is patched. So now these pants have two patches, one on the knee and one on the side. Oh, I kicked the piano. I don't know if that's like TOS. I just put my foot on the camera, but obviously wasn't the intention. Um, but yeah, I thought that was a pretty good mending job. Never was much of a Pokemon fan. I only watched the show. I still have the movie VHS. Yeah, so I guess same. Uh, I don't know. And I have friends who are super into Pokemon. I actually have friends who are like absurdly into Pokemon. They play like the Pokemon. So there's like this like Pokemon role playing game, like tabletop role playing game called Pokemon Tabletop Unlimited, and it's not even like a real like published thing. I think it's genuinely just made by like someone who really fucking liked Pokemon, and it's like all a homebrew. But it's this like absurdly complicated, like hyper mechanical system that basically like emulates actual Pokemon battles but with dice. And they have a campaign going. Same group that I have a campaign that I'm in with. And I just like, yeah, I'm obviously not in that game because I'm just not that level of dedicated. Uh, I tried to play Pokemon Red in high school, actually. My friend, one of my best friends, his name is Colin, who is actually involved in that Pokemon Tabletop Unlimited game, lent me his DS during high school. It's like old DS that still worked. And he's like, you should play this game. And I'm like, I tried to play it. I got stuck in some tower where there were all these ghost types. And I was like genuinely soft locked. And I just thought the game was sort of like not that exciting. Like I just couldn't get into it. Uh Now I have had friends try to get me to do like the online like Pokemon battle thing. There's like a website where you can do Pokemon battles and you kind of have access to all the Pokemon and stuff. And I think they use that for like competitive Pokemon battling as well. And I thought that was kind of cool, like all the mechanics and stuff. It seemed like very complex and dense, and there was a lot of strategy, but it was just like too foreign. So I went back to Magic the Gathering, as I always do. The thing that I can't escape. Magic cards. But tabletop role-playing games, D&D, I came up with a setting 2 days ago, yesterday or something, that I'm very excited about, because we were talking about in chat, there should be a Two-Thirds Lotus D&D campaign that happens and gets streamed, and I've wanted to stream a D&D campaign on Twitch since I was in middle school. And I came up with this like badass, like sort of pseudo post-apocalyptic setting with like real world Earth that involves like a biblical flood. Very cool. Basically, and I don't know if this is, I could definitely run this with some system. I'm not sure. Certainly not Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, because I don't want people casting fireballs. But yeah, I don't know if I'm going to run this for like my friend group, or if this is something I would try to run on stream. I think if I did a campaign on stream, I would want to like really make it good, like production value, like not to the degree maybe of like Critical Role, because that involves like getting everyone in the same room, but like having art for it, and having a lot of intention behind it, and really having like music set up well, where the whole thing sounds really good and looks really good and is attractive. But the setting is a sort of not very feasible sci-fi setup, but that's okay. If we get on board with that it happened, we can like move forward from there. And basically, like a giant comet came into the either from the outer, solar system, or from outside the solar system, and kind of broke up within the solar system. Maybe like crashed into Mars. It's still pretty light on this exposition or whatever. Not sure. And scatters all this ice, right? All this water, basically into Earth's orbit. And all of this water, all these basically like chunks of ice start coming down from the sky, and all these meteors and stuff. And it basically triggers like a mythological level, Vedic, biblical, Greek mythology type flood, a world flood myth. But people kind of were able to like expect this because, they saw the comet coming and sort of forecasted like, oh, it's going to rain for the next 20 years, way more than usual, and a bunch of water is going to get added to Earth. And we predict that, the sea levels are going to rise at minimum 500 meters, and it's going to completely destroy the world, and like billions are going to die, right? We have prep bros in this world. So everyone starts prepping, in their own ways. And basically, big tech, all the tech bros and stuff start building arcs. So there's this company that gets created called Arc, probably in America, and maybe there's some other big tech company in China that starts making these city boats. They're entire floating cities that can like go around, and these become like the way to save humanity. Now, the whole world doesn't get like entirely flooded by the end of the rains, but like most of the mainland is destroyed. So you only really have like any mountainous regions or any like highland regions. So you have like the American like Rockies all the way down through Mexico, and the Andes gets preserved. You have like most of the south half of Africa, a bunch of the Sahara gets flooded, but everything else basically stays because Africa's very mountainous. You keep the Alps, and you keep some of like Norway. You keep a bunch of China. All of India goes away because all of its lowland just gets like fucking wiped out. You keep the Himalayas. So you have this like crazy, interesting kind of map set up, right? And So some people in these areas, population ends up getting like consolidated in these places. There's an immense amount of conflict over like resources and whatever. When it all shakes out, there's like 2 billion or a billion people left in the world, and concentrated into these like mountainous areas, and the city boats, right? And that's sort of where the setting begins. I don't know what story I would necessarily tell, right, in such a story or in such a setting, but there's a bunch of like weird quirky things that would be included in it. Like the Vatican would be a boat city called like the City of Revelation, and there's all these like religious fanatics because of all these world flood myths. And Mexico City is the largest city in the world and the most powerful city in the world because it's like the one of the only like massive major cities that is at that level. The Las Vegas Valley floods, but not all of it. So like the mountains around Las Vegas stay, and the stratosphere, like the top of the stratosphere, is poking out of the water. Um, and you have this like lush coastal Las Vegas Bay that becomes like a coastal paradise. I think Africa gets the city of the future treatment, and becomes a very like vibrant. I don't know if it'd be like a single Pan African something. There's a lot of fascism throughout the world though. Like I think most governments become fascist basically in like the power struggles, um, and the mountains in like China and Russia become like a frostpunk, like frozen over hellscape because all of the rains basically come down as snow during the winters and creates like these massive like snowpacked like uh, and so people are like living underground and shit. I think Europe ends up being like a traditionally maritime sort of society because of all these mountain peaks that are like kind of close, and they're like just going around on boats and stuff, not necessarily like city ships. Uh, Norway becomes very powerful because of their strategic oil reserves. Basically, anyone with oil reserves is very strong because all of the current offshore tankers, are gone. The water's fucked. All of the places where oil is like being drilled for get washed away, and then oil starts to run out, and there are these like oil wars that happen, and then anyone that comes out post rain, because the rains do stop eventually, has to rely on like solar and like hydroelectric stuff, so it becomes a very sort of dystopic solar punk, because people have these like sustainable technologies, but only because we've literally run out of fossil fuel and the world is fucked and ecological collapse. So it's this twisted hybrid of like solar punk, good future with like massive amounts of death and fascism, and collapse. So that's the premise. I think there's so many stories one could tell in that setting though. I'm very excited about it. I chose so the height that the water goes to is 610 meters above sea level, because that's the height that Christ the Redeemer is at. So the flood stops. Christ the Redeemer is standing there, sticking out of the water, and it's hailed as this like miracle. So you get this like big, sort of Christian miracle second coming revelation faction going on that unites some amount of the world under all of that. Um, yeah. The ad didn't. I tried to run an ad at the start of the stream, and it like usually like delays the ad for like an hour, and it didn't run. So there's going to be an ad here on Twitch in a few minutes, but I think pretty much everyone in my chat is a subscriber, so it doesn't really matter. But I'm just going to I'm just going to run it now, honestly, and we'll keep yapping. So So similar to Waterworld, I don't actually know what Waterworld is. I mean, it sounds like it, right? Um, Waterworld. I feel like this is going to give me like, yep, Waterworld, outdoor family water park and birthday parties in Denver, Colorado. Thank you. Waterworld is a 1995 post-apocalyptic film directed by Kevin Reynolds. Dude, it's from 1995. Of course I've never seen this. It is 9 years older than me, you know? Polar ice caps completely melted and the sea level rose 7,600 meters. I think that's funny because like the ice caps don't have that much water. And that was the issue, right? That was the issue for me. I'm like, how do I make this like somewhat feasible? And I'm like, it has to be a comet, but the comet can't hit Earth because that would be an extinction event. So the comet needs to somehow break up such that the ice is scattered in Earth orbit, and then the ice can come down and melt before impact, and you'd get like meteors and whatever. Uh, so that's kind of, I mean, my premise is basically equally unfeasible. But maybe I should watch Waterworld. Uh, it has an extended cut dubbed the Ulysses cut. Interesting. Uh, okay, well, I'm gonna try to find this. I appreciate this, right? You found a way to make it work. Waterworld said we ball. Yeah, and I was thinking of like just going straight up we ball with it, right? But I didn't really want to. I also had the thought that it just started raining, like genuinely mythological, and I might still go back to that. But what I wanted is I wanted it to be predictable, right? I wanted humanity to know like 20 years out that this apocalypse was going to come. Uh because if I do that, they can prepare. And there can be this huge power struggle and all these wars and all this panic and this very dramatic history leading up to it. And, like, the US government gives special provisions to the Ark Corporation to make city boats with, like, slave labor and, like, all this horrific shit, right? I wanted to be, like, real dystopic. Uh, and then, but, like, then on the other side, it also becomes sort of, like, beautiful and city of the future. How is water just added to the Earth, Ishmael? A comet. A comet like the size of Mars, you know? And I don't know about the other astronomical implications of this. Crashes into Mars. All of the stuff explodes into Earth orbit. Maybe Earth even has rings now. That'd be really cool. Um, and then a bunch of this ice from the comet, you know, uh, uh, goes into Earth orbit, and then Earth is basically picking up ice, these giant chunks of ice that keep falling down to Earth, but less than comet size, so they don't blow up everyone. Uh, and then that adds water. That's new water, and it's not quite scientific, but it's enough for me. It's enough of a justification. Or the other option, Ishmael, is how is water added to Earth? Because, right? It just starts raining for years and years and years, but I'm not sure I just like that. There's a stunt show at Universal for Waterworld, and Waterworld's pretty badass. Okay. All I know about that movie is that it flopped hard, like most Kevin Costner movies did. I don't know who Kevin Costner is. Like I recognize the name, but I couldn't point him out in a crowd of faces of actors. Okay, Kevin Costner. This guy. Okay. Still don't know who he is. But now I know what he looks like for the moment. Plus, there was a Simpsons joke about it. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to watch Waterworld. I think I'm going to watch Waterworld just like today. I think that would be a great activity because I'm really stoked about this setting. And you like it too, Ray? I like it. It's so cool. Um, Fill a glass with water and drop ice in it. Science. Right. Yeah, we're adding from space. One of the worst Robin Hoods. There's a Kevin Costner Robin Hood. Hi, Ozzy Waldy. Welcome. What have you missed in your absence? Same old, I guess. I don't know. You've missed you. I don't know. You missed me having a full rewriting of my understanding of art from a philosophic perspective, which is massive implications on the way I analyze things. You've missed. I think we like read fan fiction a few streams ago. That was like gay fan fiction from Genshin Impact. That was badass. Lots of poetry. There's talk of a 2/3 Lotus live stream D&D campaign. So that's cool. Not D&D though, some other RPG. Probably going to end up being a custom system built around maritime existence. I was talking about this with some of my D&D friends, and they were telling me that like they've never seen, I'm not sure any of us have ever seen like an RPG system that does boats well. Boats are really hard to do in like mechanically in role-playing systems. And maybe it helps that in this setting boats are cities, right? And you don't really have to deal with boats. And I don't know if in this setting the players would be, you know, like pirates, like One Piece. It's basically One Piece. That's what one of my friends said to me. There's very little land. Everyone's on boats. There are lots of pirates around. It's One Piece. Except One Piece exists canonically, which is cool. Basically Mad Max on the sea. Somewhat, right? Somewhat. I think like slightly less gritty. Well, it's gritty. It's like I want to style these boat cities after like oil tankers or oil rigs, you know, with like these giant boxy stacks of metal that don't really make sense. But there's also this like super high tech aspect where the flood starts in 2200. So we have access to like really good material science, and that probably like propelled forward very quickly in the you know years going up to the comet, right? So we have like these crazy like aerogel like carbon fiber polymer bullshit, right? And I think I have a lot of leeway with like having like really cool high-tech material science in my world, which is exciting. I think materials are cool as fuck. So yeah. Know thyself. Yes, I know thyself. I know myself a little bit better, Ozzy Baldy. I do every day, I think. I do every day. Waterworld was all about finding the oil. Of course it was. Of course it was. And I think this oil is a big deal in this world as well. Yeah. I would steal the Huascar in Chile and pilot that. I don't know what the Huascar is, but sounds kind of like Oscar. So we can call it Oscar. It's probably a boat. Oh, that's an Inca Emperor, but it's also, oh, it's like a cool steamship. That's fucking dope. Wait, look at this guy. That's a cool boat. I also would want to be a crew member of the Huascar in the water world, high tech post apocalypse world. Yeah. Huascar is also this fine specimen of a human being. Inca king, I think. So yeah. Is that a guy? Is that a woman? That's really hard to tell. I'm digging the androgyny of Huascar here. You know, hope no one takes insult to my uncertainty of Huascar. Okay, he's a he. He also died of smallpox, which is sad. You guys are making a One Piece D&D. I am making a setting that is a real-world post-apocalypse that results in primarily, or at least 50-50 split of like maritime and land society on Earth, because there's a biblical level flood that wipes out 80% of the world population, 90% of the world population, uh, and leaves a bunch of people on boat cities. Uh, and this campaign may end up being something that I run for a select group of people yet to be determined on my Twitch stream. Although that's a project that's far out. But I think it'd be cool. um. Yeah. You known for having our biggest national hero, Arturo Prat. Dude boarded the Huascar and immediately got gunned down. That's crazy. Isn't it wrong to judge the androgeneity of someone from a culture you are unfamiliar with, though? I mean, I think it's fine for me to say that, like, someone looks androgynous within my culture's, like, standard of gender, you know? And, like, if that was masculinity in that society, badass, that's a society I want to go back to and live in, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure I like masculinity in my modern society. So I'll take, I don't know, like if I could dress like that Incan king every day, like Huascar, you know. I don't understand D&D. Never played it in my life. I know it's a board game. Do I need the board game on my end? Well, D&D, I'm actually using as a shorthand for tabletop role-playing games, which is, you know, where you sit around with a group of friends and tell stories. That's about the extent, right? You're at a table. Sometimes you have dice and you have maps and you have pencils and you have papers and you have books and rules. You don't always. I think playing pretend is basically a tabletop role-playing game. But you know, arguably, I think one can definitely get away with, you know, playing a role-playing game with like a single die, right? Like usually the dice exist. In very edge niche cases, there are games with no dice. I like games like that quite a bit, actually. But yeah. Also, the Incas kept their dead as mummies. Like, you could be having dinner and Grandpa, who died years ago, is just there chilling in his place at the head of the table. That's fucking awesome. We gotta bring back mummification. That would be awesome. So I have a big gripe with modern American society, is that we aren't very, like, keen on death. You know, people die and we, like, hide them away in a hospital and then, like, throw them in a casket and, like, make them all pretty and shit and then, like, put them in the fucking ground. Like, in other places, they be, like, doing pyres and, like parading the dead around and celebrating the end of life and, you know, like, all sorts of shit, you know? And I just think that it's really boring the way we do death. Not very interactive. They're also making them look pretty and shit. Well, yeah, but, like, they're pretty, but we get to hang out with them. You know, I want to hang out with dead people, is what I'm saying. You know? That's what I'm saying. Reject modernity, return to Victorian pompousness. I'm happy to reject modernity. I'm not sure about return, but I think, you know, moving forward, you know, we can take from the past to innovate into our future is kind of what I'm saying. Like, and maybe this is people, you know, doing like the like burying themselves under trees to grow. Like, that's sort of cute. I dig that a lot. I think the whole, like, spreading ashes is kind of a badass, like, ritual to undergo. I think that's pretty cool. You know, like, you get to send like the living people out on a quest when you die. This is cool, right? I die, I get cremated, and I say, look, I need you to take my ashes to the 7 mythical points scattered across the globe to connect my soul to the ley lines that I once connected to in living. You must take my ashes to the highest mountain in the world. You must take my ashes and scatter them across the 7 seas, you know? We should be doing more of that. I like that. We do that kind of, right? With the ashes. I think that's fun. That's cool. I like that ritual. I think rituals are really fun, right? Rituals are great world building, and the rituals we have in modern consumer America are like Super Bowl and like wake up and check TikTok and like McRib is back at McDonald's. I don't know. Maybe we have interesting ceremonies and rituals that we undergo. Like, I don't know, we like blow things up in the sky at 4th of July. Like, that's the best we've got, I feel like, and that's pretty shitty. Um, you know? I don't know. Culture's boring. Culture's boring these days. I don't know. Like, pride parades are cool and all, but like, it's the best we've got. I say as a very queer person, that's the best we've got. They brought their mummies to war. That's sick. There were battles where they brought the mummy of their relative who was a general and asked him for strategy advice. It's fucking goated. That's fucking sick. That's so cool. I want a statue when I die, just over my tomb. Statues are cool. Statues are pretty sick. How did they give advice? Such a realist, Ishmael. Like, you know, the way that the wind rustled is is like, oh, he says we must attack on the right side, you know? Like, that's human faith and belief. Fucking crazy, right? That's awesome. It's so cool. You know? That's the beauty of it. That's the ritual. It's the culture. I'm really hoping living urns get cheaper. See, I don't know what a living urn is, but I feel like if you want to do the whole like die and grow into a plant, you just chuck your body, like tell people to just like throw your body in the ground. See, it's a whole like corporatized like thing, right? We're gonna like take some of your ashes and put it in some dirt and sell it back to you for what, like $1,000 fucking dollars? Okay, it's 135. That's pretty chill. That's really quite not too bad. But like, just put it in the backyard, you know? Not ashes, whole corpse. I guess it depends on the living urn. There's a company called The Living Urn, and they're definitely doing like, hold on. Wait, this is actually kind of, I like how this kid is like, oh, that's grandma. Yay. It's kind of funny. What? What is this? What is this? This is like the orb of the dead. This is gonna be like a talisman. Hold on. Okay, people do like the ashes in gemstones, but what is the orb? What is the orb? The orb. Is this bone? No. Handcrafted from ashes. That's weird. That's cool. I'm like, yeah, this is dad. I feel like it's kind of, if I died, and I don't really care what's going to happen when I die, right? Because I'm going to be dead. But I feel like if someone spends $589 to get 10 white rocks, I'm not about that. You know, I don't want my relatives doing that. So maybe they can dig up this VOD in 60 years when I die. So they know to not get the white rocks. Maybe like one of the pretty things. You put me in a cross, that'd be kind of ironic, right? Oh my gosh. The cube, though? Guys, I could become a cube. We could become cubes when we die. We could become cubes. Ah, that's fucking sick. See, this, beta white rock and alpha fucking chiseled mogging cube. The cube mogs everything here. Look at that jawline, you know? That's how they remember how angular and beautiful my form is after I die. That's like the Kaaba. That's crazy. All right. Let's stop. Let's do like what stream is like supposed to be. Let's get on the rails. What did I just move in OBS? It's okay. What is that? Anyway, should we read poetry? Cube from God of War Leve. I'm so confused. The Imogen cube, right? Turn me into a cube. Okay, wait. Nikki is sending us a tree pod burial, becoming a tree after death. But I feel like I don't need Team Earth. Dude, you can't even actually just get a price. You need a whole ass consultation. I expect to die within 6 months. Y'all can have my zip code. Why do you need my name? I'm Joe Schmo. Joe Schmo. I don't want any. Guys, that's fucked up. Can we get like, just say it? Okay, that looks fucking expensive. That looks like some high tech. That looks like it's like $8,000 or something, you know. Oh, that's the wrong one. I don't like just put the body in the ground, you know. Let the bodies hit the floor or whatever. I smell a scam, right? Probably don't even put the body in there. Imagine that. Like the tree funeral company, it like doesn't actually put the body in, and they're actually, guys, get this. They're actually taking the bodies from the tree funeral iron lungs, and they are taking them and mummifying them, and then they're taking them along and they're selling them to the U.S. military, so that on the battlefield the generals can consult the dead mummies for military advice, and it's a whole conspiracy. It's a whole conspiracy. That's what it is. We're gonna expose them. We're gonna do some investigative journalism. Find some whistleblowers in the military who are mummy whisperers. Who has poetry and writing submitted to me? Who has more interesting things to talk about? Because I think that's what. Okay, Nikki does. Ray does. Those are good options. It's been a minute since a Ray or a Nikki, hasn't it? We did Ray's Rooster, and we did Nikki's something something, whatever that poem was called. Madness by Moonlight, which is far enough in the past. Ironically, I submitted a poem about a tree. Oh, man, that's a... Oh, I forgot to add the point redeem of, like, I call next. I can do this, like, genuinely right now. I can, like... Hold on. Channel points. Power power-ups and channel points. Watch this. We're gonna create a new custom reward. It's gonna be called Me Next, all caps. It's gonna cost 500 channel points. And it can be, there's no cooldown, there's no anything. Okay. Now you all can fight over it. Okay. Cool. I think it's made. I think it just, I don't know if it like automatically updates. Only 500, that's cheap. Nikki, that's because it doesn't actually work. Right? That's because y'all can use it to waste your channel points by saying me next, me next, me next. And it doesn't actually do anything, you know? That's the point of the redeem. I mean, maybe if no one else redeems it, like it becomes law or something. But it's more about having a button to click than anything. My home's also about a tree, but I guess mine is the most recent. Yeah. I think we can read some Nikki J. Or do we want to do Ray first? Nikki I haven't read one of your poems in like more than a week. It's like ancient history. Still have 78,000. You mean you still have 156 redeems of Me Next? Nikki, what have you submitted? So today could be like a Nikki and Ray day, maybe. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, it. No, I'm choosing Nikki. I want to do poetry. Are we doing swans sing lullabies to the moon? You have like, is that? I think that's the oldest one. I don't think you have anything else actually submitted. That's kind of crazy. All right, we'll do that. You have 3 in there? That makes sense. Oh, you have monsoon season. And you have what of? I'm going to go for the oldest one. There's always something. There's always at least like 2. I feel like I was going to say that I should like make a rule to like only have like one thing in the queue at a time per person. But I hate rules, so I'm not going to do that. And I don't think I would actually like that rule, even though it would like make my life easier. It would make the world less vibrant. You know, I'm not trying to like take away hope from the people or something. Bam, bam, bam. It's an iPad. It's an iPad because I'm an iPad kid. I need to have a thing to click on. Swans is sad. Monsoon is love. Reading a sad poem? May it bring us down at the start of stream, Nikki? That's not cool. Not cool at all. Insert photo. Okay, and we come back. Is stream frozen? Stream's always frozen. Like the comet that's gonna crash into the Earth in the year 2231. That's the canonic date now, until I forget it. Stream is not frozen, I don't think. Looks like I have a nice happy bit rate. Guys, you know what's crazy? There's like this weird like blue aura over here. It's like blue. And I think it's my screen actually factually like being damaged. Like it's not on the surface of the screen. I think that's quite sad. I don't know. I've been using this iPad for years. iPad has Ghost. Is there OBS in iPad? No. There is a camera arm right here that hangs out. You see camera mounted to arm. Arm looks over iPad. I am recording a screen with a camera. Hence, why is Apple Pencil not penciling? It's kind of frightening. Hence, hand drawing on screen. Which is a pretty cool, innovative thing by me, except sometimes it goes out of focus and sucks. Yeah. Okay, Nikki, I don't think you have any questions because you never have questions, comments, or things that you would like to prime me with about your poem. So I take it we are just going to be diving straight into this reading, talking about it. And I will address chat, the embodied form, the hive mind of the collective that is chat, and say if you have any thoughts as you read this poem, any things that you, as we read this poem, any things that you like, be sure to, you know, share if you have interpretations about what you think it means or what it's saying. It's really lovely to get those from y'all, and if you don't and you just want to enjoy listening to poetry and listening to the interpretation of it, then, you know, be my guest. Oh, jump on it. Yeah, gotta get going, right? We're like, no way we're an hour into stream and I haven't, like, read oh my god. I'm getting really good at yapping. It's bad. Now that I have this, like, thing called volition and ambition, yapping just happens. Yapping happens. Apple. You have read a title? I have read a title. The Yappinator. Do swans sing lullabies to the moon? Will you whisper good night as I slip off to sleep? When my oxygen fails and I no longer breathe, can you be the face my starry eyes see? No. You'll watch silent as I whisper goodbye. When I turn gray as ash as it swallows the sky, and I will die quiet, with a life with no why. The heavens now empty, so too are my eyes. Deep breath. Do swans sing lullabies to the moon? By Nikki. Another nice little short poem. A nice little short poem about falling asleep. I think what we read at the end of last stream was also a short poem about falling asleep and sort of an impossible connection. Potentially there's love going on in this poem, and certainly feels like there could be. I'm going to read it one more time. And then we'll start scribbling and talking. This is what the stream feels like, not gonna lie. Will you whisper goodnight as I slip off to sleep? When my oxygen fails and I no longer breathe, can you be the face my starry eyes see? No. You'll watch, silent as I whisper goodbye, when I turn gray as ash as it swallows the sky. And I will die quiet, a life with no why. The heavens now empty, so too are my eyes. Very rhythmic in a sort of calm, subtle way, right? Everything is really divided into what we can call them sort of couplets, right? They're not exactly, but because there's no break, but we have like these end rhymes that are just kind of cruising along. Should underline the right things, you know, sleep, breathe, see, and then of course later by, sky, why, eyes, right? So we get this very straightforward end rhyme, you know, thing. And we also have like a punctuation that's happening at the end of these, right? Question mark, at very least an M dash, question mark, period, 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 period. Right? So it's this very like, you know, just da 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 dum, da 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 dum, right? It lands on the ends of these lines. I think it gives it this sort of maybe to me on like a first two reads, there is like a lullaby-like feel here. Part of that is almost certainly influenced by the fact that we are, you know, sort of. I mean, we're not, you know, we're whispering goodnight, right? That's in the first line. We're slipping off to sleep. So when we combine those things with this sort of repetitive, soft, but punctuated feel. I think that can evoke lullaby, right? Will you whisper good night as I slip off to sleep when my oxygen fails and I no longer breathe? Can you be the face my starry eyes see? No. Now that no is pretty like abrupt here, right? We have almost like, I mean, like sort of very little that um is ever like connecting to this. Certainly not in the first stanza, right? We do have a no here, but otherwise there's not really any rhyme, not really any like sound that's setting up for just like no, right? It's on its own. It's just kind of blunt, and it totally destroys our lullaby feeling in a very nice way, right? Because this isn't really a nice lullaby, right? This is something ending. This is a conclusion. This is not having. This is a death, even, right? Notably, right, in our title we have swans singing, and a swan song is sort of a I don't know if it's something that actually happens or if it's sort of mythologized. I'm unsure. But a swan song is like the last song that, like, before a swan dies, is sort of how the fable goes, if it is, or the story. When a swan is dying, they will sing this like last song that is the most beautiful thing ever, and then they expire, they die. Right. So to say, do swans sing lullabies to the moon? Is does a dying thing sing to this other thing, right? And when we connect this sort of, it's mythological, okay, when we connect this sort of structure, right, do swans sing, right, will you whisper lullabies, right, as I slip off to sleep to the moon. And I think really this positions within our poem that you, right, are this sort of swan singing, this dying thing, this thing that is being lost in some way, and the moon is me, right? I. I am the moon. I am slipping off to sleep because I am the thing that a lullaby is being sung to. Now, this has like probably a number of different ways we could go about reading it, right? Because death so often can be a metaphor, right? Death, so many things die in ways that are not literal deaths, right? Relationships die, and ideas die, and even people die while they are still alive in certain poetic ways. So there is a question always, I think, of the literalness of this death, especially when it's also, sort of happening on this metaphorical level implied through, swans and moons and all of that stuff, right? If you're a religious person, death is a new beginning, yeah. So there are many ways, and yeah, if it's a literal death, right, there are many ways to read death, whether it's literal or metaphorical. You're always going to have different readings, right? So a literal death can just be like an end. A literal death can be a rebirth, right? A literal death can be, we can even say salvation as something kind of different from rebirth, or something as punishment, right? We can see a literal death as like a return to nature. We've seen that even in poems read on stream, right? And then we have like the metaphorical death, right, which can be all sorts of things of relationships. We have deaths of I don't know what other metaphorical deaths we have. All sorts, right? This is really, really great. You like salvation, martyrdom, self-sacrifice, etc. Yeah, absolutely, right? Non-human life or a cycle of life. Yeah, yeah, right. This sort of cycle nature. Relationships can die. Ideas coming to a conclusion can die. Memory can be this sort of like pseudo metaphor where like the memory of someone dies and then they actually die, so it becomes something separate. Ambition, right? We die when we stagnate, perhaps, so we can die before we are ever dead. Uh, yeah, so right, the sort of the mind dying. So just because we read something as death, right, doesn't mean that it has to be literal or it has to have one interpretation. Now, of course, the rest of the words in the poem might lead us to choose one of these things over another. But it's good to understand that we have options. Will you whisper good night as I slip off to sleep? When my oxygen fails and I no longer breathe, can you be the face my starry eyes see? So interesting thing, right? Interesting thing is we talked about, the swan singing as the swan something dying, but it's my oxygen failing and it's I no longer breathe. So, and I slip off to sleep, right? Sleep is one of these things that we connect to death. Maybe more so that sleep is a metaphor for death rather than a death as, you know, a metaphor for sleep, although it can be as well. As I slip off to sleep when my oxygen fails and I no longer breathe, can you be the face my starry eyes see? No. You'll watch silent as I whisper goodbye when I turn gray as ash, as it swallows the sky, and I will die quiet, a life with no why. The heavens now empty, so too are my eyes. So I want to go back to the moon because there's a very like literal reading of this. You say it sounds like a hospital patient's final words, but we're also very cosmic, right? We're talking about the heavens being emptied. We're talking about starry eyes. We're talking about swallowing the sky. And there is like a most basic literal reading of this poem. Do swans sing lullabies to the moon? The moon. The moon is I. The swan says singing. For my death, which is sort of interesting. Slight variation on the theme of the swan song. Will you whisper good night as I slip off to sleep when my oxygen fails and I no longer breathe? Can you be the face my starry eyes see? No. You'll watch silent as I whisper goodbye when I turn gray as ash as it swallows the sky, and I will die quiet, a life with no why. The heavens now empty, so too are my eyes. And we can think of the moon literally like going away at night, right? If we have the moon leaving, I whisper goodbye, I turn gray as ash, sort of like disappearing from like radiance, right? Going into darkness. As it swallows the sky, something else, light, a new day. Heaven's now empty, right? There are no stars in the sky when the moon goes away and the sun comes up, and so too are my eyes. So, and we have this idea, right? The man on the moon. Some people see a face in the moon, so we can even extend it to that extent where we have this just physical description of the moon fading away at night, right? But there are lots of ways to read this that I think are also more associated with like human dying and all of that. But it's cool that we have this sort of like concrete thing, underpinning it. That is the metaphor, but the metaphor also isn't really very like strongly shown. I think this is a cool thing that you do sometimes, Nikki, where you're using this like moon metaphor kind of, but also like the metaphor is hazy such that it almost sometimes feels like a stretch to read it as the moon going away at night. And it sort of becomes like an alternate interpretation, even though it's sort of like the concrete thing that feels like it's underpinning the poem. Uh, Not how people usually treat metaphors, I think, but I like it. It's cool. It's stylistic. I do want to point out there's a medical meaning behind starry eyes as well. So Mr. Ozzy Waldy is hitting one of the meanings. Starry eyes, like the spots we see, associated with the cartoonist star circling with a character, is it the world's meaning? If you've ever been deprived of oxygen, you know that we physically see starburst. Yeah, whenever we're like oxygen deprived or hit on the head or like dying in some way, right? Our senses, it's bad. And we have when my oxygen fails, right? And I can no longer breathe. Will you be the face my starry eyes see? So then we can think of literally, right, the dying person at the hospital bed or whatever, and the pillow is here and they're laying, and you have all these people around them when they're dying, and they're all looking down at this person, right? So as I'm dying, my starry eyes are seeing you, but not you, apparently. So this is interesting, right? Who you are, then. Will you whisper goodnight as I slip off to sleep when my oxygen fails and I no longer breathe? Can you be the face my starry eyes see? No. You'll watch, silent as I whisper goodbye when I turn gray as ash as it swallows the sky. And I will die quiet, a life with no why. The heavens now empty, so too are my eyes. So this is really like then a sort of dying alone, right? Said much more beautifully than dying alone, right? Dying quiet, whispering goodbye with no response. You watching silent, sort of maybe this idea of being far away, not singing. And I have no why, right? So I think there are like maybe ways to think about this, right? Dying, and maybe like a lover who has already died. Or to that extent, like a parent or anyone who is family or friend or whatever. And then this, in a way, is like mourning the death of someone through the notion of one's own death, right? I am going to die someday, and it is going to be particularly tragic when I die, because you will not be there, and I know you won't be there. Right? I'll be alone because you're already gone. That's definitely a reading of this, and with the vagueness of the poem, whoever that vague person is standing over us can be anyone, right? It can be anyone. I think it's very beautiful, right, that this connects back to, that reading connects back to the swan song, right? Because the swan song is something sung by something that is dead or dying, right? So if you are a swan, a singing swan, then that means you are dead, basically. Or you're not singing because you did sing, because you were a swan that sung its song, and now you're dead, and I'm still alive, right? I'd also point out that swans mate for life. Gotcha. So another layer to that, right, of the lover. If we are to read it as the lover, swans mating for life, then I am a life with no why, right? My lover, who I loved, is gone, and there is nothing, right? The heavens now empty, so too are my eyes. And I like this, right? The heavens now empty, so too are my eyes, because it's like, my eyes are empty, so I am dead. But my eyes are empty because I don't see you. Or I won't see you. And maybe I am alive. right? But my eyes will be dead for the rest of my life, cause you're gone, right? The stars. I mean, stars also have this beautiful association when we talk about starry eyes of dreams and hope, right? Someone who is starry eyed kind of has this idea of hope. Lovers who are star-crossed, right? Maybe another alternative reading of this poem, right? Is lovers who are fated to not love, basically. Romeo and Juliet, right? The sort of tragic love. Uh, so, and stars in one's eyes, maybe that's also life. But yeah, so then can you be the face my starry eyes see? It's like I'm dying, but if you are there, there is hope, but there isn't, so there is no hope, so I have no purpose. I am dead, and when I die, it will truly be death because there will be no sort of comfort in that moment. Uh, Rather tragic, as you said, Ozzy. It hurts, right? That hurts. Yeah. Very intense. That sort of reading. How many layers can I pack in one phrase, right? um, will you whisper good night as I slip off to sleep when my oxygen fails and I no longer breathe? Can you be the face my starry eyes see? No. You'll watch silent as I whisper goodbye. When I turn gray as ash as it swallows the sky, I will die quiet, a life with no why. The heavens now empty, so too are my eyes. Yeah, it's there's many things packed very very densely, and I think that's quite lovely. Uh, yeah, I love the parallel, some of the parallel things in like the structure of this poem, even though our second stanza is longer. We kind of have this weight at the bottom, which is cool. But we have like the whisper and the whisper, and we have the starry eyes and the starry eyes kind of connecting back to each other. Uh, Even no longer breathe and dying quiet, right? Without oxygen, there is no breath, so there is nothing. There's maybe at most, right? There is that last whisper before one just expires and ends. Uh, I like swallows here, right? Because swallows has this oxygen breathing face, whispering kind of mouth thing going on to it, right? We have like two big physical things that this poem connects to, I would say, and that's like the eyes and the mouth. We're very much in like sound and sight, which are our two, primary senses that we use most often and most frequently. So I think as we're talking about dying, we think about most silence and we think about darkness, right? So I think those are useful in death. I do think, that being said, it'd be interesting to see a poem that looks at death through the end of touch and the end of taste and the end of smell and the end of balance and the end of like all of these kind of other senses. Uh, but I don't think this poem needs that. That would be too much for this one. The answer is a lot, yeah. Many things packed like the screen in your notes. Yeah, it does tend to get quite dense, right, as we read these. Um, yeah, I think this is, in a way, this feels like one of your less vague poems, right? Like we have the idea of the moon, and like Ray said, moon phases earlier, um, but really, I feel like that imagery also just has a way of contributing to the idea of death, right? Moon phases of something that's going from, sort of light to dark, right? From existing to dying, from glowing to no longer. And uh and in that way, right? So what I was saying about the moon and the metaphor in this poem that I think is like the coolest thing that's really hard to put to words is a lot of times someone would, I meant moon phases because it looks like an eye closing. Ah, doesn't it, right? Um yeah. Yeah, right, the moon being there, being there, being there, being there, right? Uh, the cool thing I think about this poem to me is that we have this moon thing going on, this moon and swan thing, right? And that sort of is what the title suggests is like what's going on in this poem is the main thing, right? Do swans sing lullabies to the moon? And oftentimes we have poems that, we'll take a title like this and we'll show like, some swan stuff happening and there's a swan doing swan things in the water, right? Being a swan, and there's a moon doing moon things up here. And these things through the use of imagery, right? Symbol, metaphor, will be like the main thing that the poem stands on to evoke, death, loss, love, etc. Right? Phases. All of that. Right? and this poem doesn't really take that structure, right? This poem talks pretty directly about death, right? It's like, I'm dying, you're singing, you're not there, it's sad and shit, right? That's like the main thing going on in this poem is the actual depiction. And then the metaphor, the swan doing swan things and the moon doing moon things, become like a subtextual, sort of implied, narrative, right? That's happening through this poem. That's like underneath, rather than like supporting and holding up. It's like hinted at like the corners, if that makes sense. And what that allows for is like the poem has a meaning, right? That I would say is fairly not actually that vague to me, right? It's going to be hard, I think, to read this poem as much other than like dying. And then we look at that dying poem and we say like, wait, what's the deal with the swans? What's the deal with the moon? Why are we talking about this? And as we look into the sort of like subtextual symbols in a way, they point back to the meaning and like elaborate on it and like change how it can be interpreted, which is really cool, right? It has this like cyclical feel to it where you see something and then you sort of, it points you back to itself, you know. That's very cool. Is that good to have an obvious poem, or is that a preference? That's always a preference, and it's not my preference. I'm not sure I have a preference. I think I like things that straddle vagueness and obviousness throughout their run of text. But there are poems that are very hyper specific, right? And there are poems that are hyper vague, and there are poems that are hyper concrete and hyper abstract, right? And then there are also poems that exist in all spaces in the middle, right? And existing in any one spot on these axes does not make your poem good inherently, right? I mean, good is sort of a lie anyway. But you know, you can have a hyper specific abstract poem, you can have a hyper concrete vague poem, you can have vague and abstract, you can have, specific and concrete, you can have specific concrete verse, you can have vague abstract verse, you can have specific concrete verse love poem. There's so many like axes that we can place something upon. And really, like, what a poem is doing has very, very little to do with this nebulous idea of quality, right? These things are not connected, like, really at all. um, because someone looks at this and you're throwing it to the wolves of the interpreters, of the readers, and they're just going to do whatever the fuck they want with your poem. So, yeah. You need swans doing swan things on a t-shirt, I guess. You're going to have to make it, though, because I won't. You're buying burgers. Hell yeah, Callie. I tend to be more vague, but this one really didn't want to be that. Yeah. A swan song is the song a swan sing before it dies in mythology. In theater, it's like the final show. Okay, so I was right in that vicinity. So that's good. Welcome in G14. The finale, the swan song. So, and I like to say, do swans sing, right? Because this again has this way of vaguely pointing toward the idea, not being too oblique about it, right? A swan song to the moon would be, well, one, it'd probably be a less accurate title because we like the question here, and the question is kind of part of the poem, and then the answer, right? But a swan song to the moon is just going to sort of like imply it more strongly, which I think takes away some of the joy in this poem, at least for me, of like drawing the connections, these orchestrated but shadowy connections between different things in this work. So yeah. Does anyone have questions or comments about this poem, and thoughts, glowing praise for Nikki, questions for me, questions for Nikki? Nikki, do you have questions for me? That kind of thing. G14, you were researching Sumerian and Akkadian about an elemental magic, and while there is nothing like that, the languages do have words and signs for 4 out of the 5 elements. That's cool. That sounds pretty neat and nifty. Interesting that you would say there are 5 elements. I think elemental systems are fun because you can do like 3 elements. You can probably do 2 elements, 3 elements, 4 elements, 5 elements, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think those are always kind of cute. I feel like they're a little tropey for my taste in like fantasy. I try to avoid them now. I used to like them a lot more. So for me, the title, the swan was the one dying. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? And the moon was unattainable. The swan still wanted. The unattainable, the swan still wanted, witnessing the death. Yeah, okay, so to sort of never attain, right? And the swan is never going to reach the moon, and there's sort of this reflection of the whiteness of, but it's far away. It's sort of illusory. Yeah, it's interesting, and I think so it's hard because, right, you say like, will you whisper good night as I slip off to sleep, And that immediately made my mind, I mean, you kind of watch the connection happen, right? I was like, oh, so you're singing, I am sleeping, right? And it's sort of this thing where, like, you are doing the swan song, right, in this poem. But then later, right, we have I Whisper Goodbye, which is sort of like me actually singing, whereas you won't, right? You are not singing a swan song. That's sort of what the no is. And then I will whisper, so I will sing, and it will not be heard because, well, it will. You'll watch silent. I'm not sure the poem necessarily demands any more clarity, right? I think it works in all the different ways. Oh, that's a good stretch. Oh my gosh. I need to, like, die for a second. Oh my gosh. It feels so good. I love stretching. Sorry. This is a great stretch. This is the best stretch. Something just. I love stretching. Stretching is truly a special thing. You like the use of oxygen in this poem, how scientific it is. Yeah, kind of dropping oxygen in here, right, as this term that does stick out in a way where nothing else really has that sort of, like, a tone of it. But it works. Yeah, it definitely works, right? Like using science and math from time to time. Yeah, I think it's good. You found some grippy socks. Yeah, grippy socks. Love them or hate them. I hate them. I don't know how people have, like, fond memories of the grippy socks. Cuneiform's cool. Ultimately, I want people to read it the way they need to read it. Absolutely, yeah. It's maybe unsurprising, right, that I, as a young person, would sort of twist this poem in some capacity. Not twist it because it wants to be twisted, but to pull this poem in the direction of being alive and looking ahead to death, and, like, someone else dying, right? That I think that's actually a great example of how like we automatically fit things into our own contexts, right? Into our own subjective view, and sort of solidify them into a meaning and a truth for the poem. I read this work about someone on their deathbed dying, and rather than placing myself directly within death, I sort of came to my interpretation of the idea of someone looking ahead to a death, their future death, where someone that they love who has already died will not be present, right? Which is something I've thought about personally. Like, when I die, probably my parents will be dead already. I think most parents would prefer that, to outlive their children. But yeah, like, there will be a bunch of people, like, I don't know, my siblings might be dead before I'm dead. I've thought about that. So that's me, maybe sort of involving my own thoughts and my own past ponderings into this poem, to pull it in my direction. You're jealous of my stretch, Callie. I don't know. Stretching, it's good. Just gotta practice it. I like being flexible. It's nice. Anyway, I don't think there's anything else regarding this poem, so we can give it a last little read and conclude with this one and move on to some other textual exploration. Yeah. My brother I was telling you about last stream, that we lost, I actually saw his eyes after he passed, and that loss of color is burnt into my brain. Damn. Yeah. Yeah, Ray, damn. Yeah, I've never witnessed someone die. I've seen a dog die. Like euthanasia. But... And there was something very profound about the sort of like settling of the body into like stillness. But yeah, a person, that's got to be different. And eyes, right? Eyes, we talk about eyes as these, windows to the soul, these connections to people. Eyes are so expressive, right? And so, yeah, to watch those specifically, right? The stars, right? The stars in one's eyes, we can think of that expressiveness, that humanness, that character that they carry. I didn't know they turn gray. That's fascinating. I think he was the biggest troll, and I loved him to pieces. I bet. Yeah, right. I mean, we talk about that, like the light going from someone's eyes, and we have all these like euphemisms around death, that have this like beauty to them. But I'd imagine in reality, it's just very crushing. Um, yeah, dying. The stream where we get to talk about death. I like that this is a stream where death can be discussed. I said it was sad. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of poetry, right? Poetry exists at these emotional spots. It's funny, ironic, coincidental maybe that we were talking about death when stream started, and I was talking about that we don't get to see death very much in like Western society, I think. And maybe that's me projecting the fact that I haven't seen much death. Maybe that's quite the privilege. But again, even like the treatment of the dead is something to be kind of stowed away. Right, it leads to this distance from it. Not really understanding what death looks like or feels like in a way. And maybe as a poet, right? I mean, I do have this very real morbid curiosity that I've thought about before of like I want to see what it looks like when someone dies. I think writing poetry, writing poems like this is very beautiful, and like talking about that stuff is very cool, because then you can share these ideas, right? You can share these things, in a way that carries that emotion and that feeling without actually having to experience. That's a cool thing about poetry, that it can act, art can act as this teaching tool, this way to show the way something is without a sort of simulation of it. We don't revere death the way they do in other cultures and philosophies. We tend more to fear it. Yeah, I mean, maybe it makes sense, right? Like, we're very capitalist and consumerist over here. We want, and we have more, and death is to lose everything, right? Death, from a Western perspective, is the ultimate loss. And I do not think it is that way in every philosophy and religion. Now you have like this sort of Christian thing with God and heaven. So, but even that is fundamentally framed against hell, right? It's framed against suffering. So death is a product of sin, right? There's nuance within cultures as well, of course. Yesterday, died this friend of the family. He gave me oil painting classes. That's very sad. Um, yeah, oil painting. I was thinking about painting a second ago when I was talking about art. Right, one of these things that can like physically convey um, things we have not seen before. Right. Uh, yeah. I'm glad their lessons can live through you. Yeah, I mean, that's the beautiful thing about teaching, right? Is they probably taught many people how to oil paint, and that allowed many people, and maybe continues to allow many people to express themselves. That's one of those ways that we immortalize ourselves, right? Through teaching, through giving knowledge and giving information to other people, um, or giving hope or giving beauty. Giving, through giving, right? We live longer because our gift, right, is sort of carried. In the most extreme sense, right? We have these people who die and teach like ultimate lessons. Your sort of Socrateses or your Christs, um, or your your artists who are remembered through the things they create and are taught. Um, but I think that's very little consolation, right, for the living, because lessons aren't really a person, right? You can add up all the lessons, all of the oil painting classes, all of the people they've given to you, and that doesn't add up to them, probably, for the living. Yeah, quite sad. Do swans sing lullabies to the moon? Will you whisper good night as I slip off to sleep? When my oxygen fails and I no longer breathe, can you be the face my starry eyes see? No. You'll watch, silent, as I whisper goodbye. When I turn gray as ash as it swallows the sky, and I will die quiet, a life with no why. The heavens now empty, so too are my eyes. Do swans sing lullabies to the moon? By Nikki. Thank you so much for submitting that poem. And thank you so much for everyone who had the thoughts and ideas and readings of it and discussion. And I hope everyone is well, and okay, because death is heavy and difficult, and sometimes we read that in art, but that's something we learn, right? We sort of expose ourselves to art. Um, right. The empathy of the reader, right? One of those fundamental kind of forces in art is that the reader gets to empathize with the author, and the author maybe gets to empathize back with the readers in the way that their interpretation is reflected back to the writer. Um, and that's a very beautifully human thing, right? That we can humans through art and communication and you know engagement with others can kind of support one another in that way. But I invite you all to take a few minutes to support yourself as well. Stand up, get some water, get a snack, go to the bathroom, stop looking at a screen, stop thinking about poetry uh, for a little break. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back. It is me, Imogen. Thank you so much, Nikki, for submitting that poem. Always a pleasure to read poetry from all of you, right? All of you. Wonderful writers and wonderful poetry and wonderful emotions, right? Even the sad ones are wonderful and beautiful as well. And an incredibly, always courageous thing to share one's art on the internet as spectacle for the masses of chat and myself. Welcome back. We need something happier-ish now, right? We need something light. We beg for to bring us back up. I don't know if Ray, you have anything submitted that's happy. I know you have things submitted that are probably very brainy and full of information for us. I think starting it out sounding hopeful probably made it hurt more, the poem. Yeah, I mean you do a great contrast thing. I think that is something I could have talked about, right? This poem is a nice lesson in contrast, right? Will you sing goodnight as I slip off to sleep? You know? Lullabies, swans, moon, beautiful, soft things. Death. No. You know? That's a great way to have impactful moments in art. To bait and switch. To switch up on your day ones. If you do that, you'll make people cry or something. You have an essay, Ray? You have an essay called Formalatry, a short essay. I like short essays about art. Formalatry. Okay, well, we can pull ourselves from somberness through pure force of will and intellectual grappling. Before we jump into it, does anyone else have anything submitted, or is it truly just Ray who is in chat who has things for me to read? She all must exist. I don't know how many people are around, but I'm cool to read an essay to get learnt. Oh yeah, and it's fairly short enough for some screenshots and some writing on it, which we don't always get to do with Ray's work due to length. Although I've been getting better. I've been getting better about screenshotting people's writing. I'm really kind of proud of myself for that. Like, this lack of laziness, we'll say. It's an oldie from 2024, I think. Okay. Are you looking to update it at all? Like, get any revision, or just like sharing it and still like it? How do you feel, right, about this work, given that it's like 2 years old, right? That's a long time for us to develop as writers and as artists and art thinkers and all of that. So I guess I'm curious to know, right? Do you still like it? Maybe you like it enough to share it, or maybe you're sharing it because you don't like it. Certainly a reasonable thing to be doing. I like it, but I also feel it's kind of a debate bro vibey. Okay. We've got some debate bro vibe essay, perhaps, in formalatry. We can move this so it is readable, seeable, legible. And this is a question. Is it debate bro? Does it feel as such? Do we like it? And we'll read this and talk about it. Maybe try to grapple with some of the ideas within, especially given that this is an essay rather than poetry. If people ever want me to slow down and talk more about these things, I'll definitely try to talk at the end of paragraphs and such. But if we need elaboration or discussion, I mean, those things are absolutely welcome here. And I don't want anyone to feel lost, because no good in feeling lost when there's the possibility to learn something and the possibility to just slow down and sort through something and learn something new, right? Here is formalatry. There are those who claim that form is everything. In art, of course. They say it without blinking, that without form there is no work, that without technique no judgment is possible, that form is ultimate, if not the only, criterion for deciding what deserves attention and what doesn't. They repeat it like a mantra at festivals, workshops, theory books, academic panels, and of course in conversations among artists trying only to impress other artists. we're certainly coming off strong, right? In our in our debate bro sort of way. There are those, right? There are these people, and we sort of begin to throw our sort of accusations at the target of this essay, right? Steaming cabbage. I heard we're reading poetry. We're not currently reading poetry. We're actually reading an essay. If you were here half an hour ago, uh, you would have been right in the thick of the poetry reading. But yeah, we read poetry, we read prose, we read essays, we read whatever that people from chat send, and you're absolutely welcome to get in on the fun if you're a writer and you're interested in those things, or if you just want to hang out and listen. That's fine too. I'm glad to have you. Um, so yeah, we have this topic being introduced in the essay, the idea of form, right? Now, we don't do much to define form, and that's fine. We usually don't really need to like lay out all of our definitions in an essay. Um, but form. If we don't know, we have a few like hints as to what we're talking about, right? Technique, workshops, theory books, academic panels, right? These kinds of form is all of the form is such a hard thing to define in art, right? Um, just like to define form within art. Form, maybe craft is another one of these words that's kind of like form, right? But this is generally talking about like all of these techniques, all of these sort of intellectual ideas in art, like things like our rhymes and our meters are aspects of form, right? But also things like forms, which is maybe different than form itself, but like the form of a sonnet is maybe part of the idea of form. But it's like the shape of art and the particularly the intellectualizing, right? When I'm going and analyzing a poem, when we're talking about the rhymes and the rhythms happening here, that's sort of a formal consideration. When we're talking about the length of the stanzas, formal consideration. Even when we're talking about like metaphors and symbols, some of this can be lumped into form. What isn't form is kind of maybe like the feelings and the subjectivity and the sort of, I don't know, joy of the artistic interpretation rather than the 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 things clicking together nicely. Yeah, theory, right? Um, I mostly write poetry in my native language, but I do have a few English poems. That's badass. Lots of English second language individuals here. This essay by Ray. Ray's first language is Spanish, but here we are reading it in English. Um, but Ray's pretty freaking good at English too. Might be better at English than me, Ray. um, so so artists. So this essay comes out, as you say, Ray, in a very debate bro way, saying that there are those. First of all, it posits that there are those. There are these people that truly only care about form and intellectualization. Um, this might be kind of exaggerating, right? I mean, I don't think I've ever met someone who truly only cares about the way you crafted your work. However, right, academia and these festivals, workshops, theory books, panels, all of this is naturally going to be fairly formal because it's hard to have a, formal education. We'll say to double use this word. We've already used form in 3 or 4 different ways now. To have a formal education, right? You must have system, you must have theory, you must have all of these things. So they speak of art for artists as if it were praise, as if closing oneself off in a capsule of internal references were a sign of depth rather than aesthetic autism. And they disguise it as sincerity. Yeah, okay. Aesthetic autism is very debate, bro. Um, I don't necessarily think it's an inaccurate way to describe this, right? This sort of obsession, right? Autism as someone somewhat afflicted. Um, there's these ideas of structures and forms, and particularly like patterns, right? And to care about, oh, that this work references this work in this way and connected in this way and uses a scheme that makes reference to this other work and form, etc., etc. There's a whole pattern thing to do with that. Uh, I must say, I probably like your more recent essays more than this one, Ray. um, They speak of art for artists as if it were praise, as if closing oneself off in a capsule of internal references were a sign of depth rather than aesthetic autism, and they disguise it as sincerity. Only they, experts in form, can judge with honesty. The rest, apparently, only feel things. And I mean, this is getting at a lot of the things that, we hear about with like academics, the idea of the gatekeeping, right? The idea of art as something for few, art as something for like the knowledgeable. I'm interested to see how this essay kind of approaches this issue. Um, Form in this regime is not an expressive medium. It's a purity test. Yeah, I think that's fair. And like all purity tests, its function is to exclude. We don't ask form whether it manages to move, imagine, awaken, or wound. We ask whether it meets a technical standard or whether it responds to an authorized genealogy, whether it stands on its own as structure. Little does it matter if that means draining it of all real power. Yeah, or the high art/popular art divide. Yeah. This is not a defense of disorder nor a praise of bad taste. It is a critique of the dogma of necessary form. What follows are two arguments against it, one logical, the other ontological, neither sentimental or expressive, precise and dry, in the way they like, but without the reverence. First argument. This is like a cute rhetorical move, right? Maybe a good rhetorical move even, right? To, the idea of like arguing within someone else's sort of medium. I wonder if like I'm very inclined to argue against this essay, right? Just in the fact that like I think this sort of high art, low art is like a narrative that doesn't really happen as much as people think it does, right? But first argument, formalism as retroactive necessity. Diodorus Cronus and form as closed archive. Diodorus Cronus's victorious argument rests on three propositions. All true past is necessary. The possible does not follow from the impossible. There are possibilities that neither are nor will be. Very dry. Yeah, we are doing that. Taken together, these three are incompatible. Diodorus keeps 1 and 2 and discards 3. He concludes, nothing is possible except what is or will be true. Okay, so we have like three propositions. All true past is necessary, which, I mean, I'm not going to go necessarily looking all of these things up in Diodorus Cronus and what he meant by necessary or true past. The possible does not follow from the impossible, which is sort of like a causal thing. There are possibilities that neither are nor will be true. So the possible only follows from the possible and the true, which basically, when you take these two together, negates the possibility of of possibilities that are untrue. What a Yeah, I don't know. Philosophy. Taken together, these three are incompatible. The just keeps one and two. Nothing is possible except what is or will be true. In other words, if it never was, is not, and never will be, then it is not possible. And that makes sense. Translated into art, if a form has not been validated and is not expected to be, it is illegitimate. The only possibility in art is what enters the recognized formal chain. Everything else is noise, error, whim, or hobby. Ray, I like your more artistic work. Okay, so if a form has not been validated and is not expected to be, it is illegitimate. Has not been validated and is not expected to be. So this is concerning like art that never has or will be made. Right? Like art that doesn't exist. The only possibility in art is what enters the recognized formal chain. So there's some like formal threshold, maybe this says, that like determines something as art, as, you know, as true in that way. Nothing, everything else is noise, error, whim, or hobby. So this argument, sort of these things together say if your art is not formally good enough, it gets categorized as failure, basically. Um, this reasoning sounds rigorous but is convenient. It justifies the canon without thinking. It presents art history as a closed system where everything legitimate is already inscribed or predictably assimilated. It's a police thought in philosophical disguise. Yeah, okay. Which, of course, is not how art works. What this model cannot admit is that aesthetic possibility is not reducible to formal effectiveness. That there are forms that never were but could have been. That there are experiences without recognizable form that nevertheless move more than 100 correct works. That the possible in art is not a function of logic, but of the event. Yeah, so basically this is just an argument against like the pure logicking of art, and I think that's fair. Um, Sometimes I actually leave a poem or two in random Twitch chats or write some during a stream if a given situation inspires me, though I can only do this quickly in German. But doing that here, where it's all about said poetry, would feel like smushing it in your face for review, instead of my usual objective of casual entertainment. I see, I see. Yeah. Yeah, so how it normally goes, as Nikki said, is we do like a Discord server, and then people can like submit formally. See, this is my English Twitch account specifically. So my normal name is difficult to pronounce for English-speaking folks. I don't really want to mix the two, but I guess I can make an exception. Fair enough. Like how some people think there's forms that are the form of making art, and anything outside of it is not art. Yeah. And you know, I'm uncertain that this poem is the most we'll say, yeah, I don't know. Did I call this a poem? This is an essay. Anyway, we'll go to the second argument. Form is relational accident. Syncatogrammatic modes and coexistence. Syncatogrammatic, Ray. I'm glad you've come a far way from this. And the second argument rests on a basic modal doctrine. Terms like possible, necessary, and existent are syncatogrammatic. So that has category, matic, and sin. Terms like possible, necessary, and existent are syncatogrammatic. They say nothing by themselves. They're always of something. Okay, sure. There is no possibility without a possible content, no existence without something that exists, no necessity without a system that in which that necessity operates. Sure. Applied to art, form is not an essence but a relation. It does not float alone. It exists in context, in a culture, in a perceiving body. Its meaning is coextensive with the background it inhabits, with the emotion it activates, with the imagination it summons. If a form appears as necessary, it is because it has been enclosed within a convention. But in truth, it is contingent. It could have not been. It could have been otherwise. Centrality. Okay, so I think, right. The I should have gone non-category non-syn ah oh, non-category-matic. Sure. Damp Fender, welcome. Spanglish moment from my part. Oh, I see. Sin. Gotcha. So your mistranslation of the past. Gotcha. Okay. Philosophy is hard. You know. Okay. So syncategorematic would be our word for ideas that require something that they point to, right? Existence requires existence. Truth requires true. Sort of abstract notions. And we're going to try to apply this to art. That art needs a context. Art, right? Art is necessarily carried in objects, perhaps. If form appears as necessary, it's because it has been enclosed within a convention. But in truth, it is contingent. It could have been otherwise. Its centrality is a fiction maintained by those who reproduce it. There's no logical reason for its supremacy. And no, saying that technique enables expression is not enough to justify its hegemony. The argument is circular. It assumes that only what can be said through already legitimized techniques is worthwhile. This broader conception allows that form is a possible composition, but neither exclusive nor obligatory. What matters is what it produces, not how it is made. And it does not produce because it is well made, but because it touches something beyond the trained eye. Yeah, and I think this is a very verbose way to say, right, to acknowledge that emotion comes from some place other than form, right? Feeling comes from some place other than like the intellectual techniques we apply to a poem. I think about music theory, this is something that has helped me understand poetry, right? Music theory. We sit and we make music, and music is usually like what sounds good or emotional or pleasing in some capacity. Right. And then some people came along and we said like, okay, like how does this work? Right. And they said some stuff about like chords and harmony and cadences and all of that. But the reality is if you followed like a music theory understanding exactly of cadences and lines and rhythms and movements and form, and you wrote that as a piece, it probably wouldn't be that interesting. It might sound nice, but it's not going to have that sort of human factor, right? Maybe this is something people connect to AI, right? This humanity within art, this expression, this ability to like touch beyond. And there's a degree, right? I think this says somewhere that something that's flawed can create 1,000 times more impact than something that is correct, right? Because humanity isn't this sort of correctness and this perfection and this accuracy and this theory, but it's life, it's living. So when we create music, we sit down at the piano and I'm like, oh, that sounds good. right? And if it sounds good, we keep going. And if it sounds kind of, I'm like, okay, maybe I don't like that sound for me or what feeling I'm trying to express, right? Um, there doesn't need to be this theory. And I think we do the same with poetry, right? We write beautiful things. People write beautiful things, and then people like me come along, right? I think this is an interesting essay for this reason. People come along and we talk about, what's happening in this poem and what it's doing, and maybe come along claiming that like this can help us. And I think that's fine, right? I should hope that I think that's fine. But your issue, Ray, I think in this essay is people who claim that that sort of analysis, that sort of granular intellectual understanding can create, right, beautiful art on its own. And maybe there are actually some people who think this, and they probably are more common in academia, right? Because this is a place of form, this is a place of teaching, and you can't teach someone how to feel, right? That's the issue with art in school. So many authors have talked about how like going to school to learn how to write or to do art is fairly silly, right? Because you have all these examples formally in front of us of how to write or how to paint, right? We have the world, we have books, we have paintings in front of us that we have access to as people. And that, school is never going to teach you the most important part of feeling. They're going to teach you all of these forms, and then if you feel through them, things will probably end up well. But if you go through all of that and you never feel through the piano or feel through the saxophone or feel through the pen or feel through the paintbrush, you're just going to end up with stuff, right? I have a friend who's a guitar player for jazz bands. We once saw this old man, a gaucho, and this old dude just absolutely shredded on his guitar. My friend talked to him about music. Dude had no idea about theory. He just knew to play to make it sound good. Right. And the interesting thing is that man probably has some understanding of form. Is the curious thing about this argument, right? Is that form is sort of necessary because he was at the same time playing his contexts and playing the world and the music around him, and interpreting forms in his own way. And I think writing an essay like this, right? There are dangers to the essay, right? That tries to take down the people who are hyper obsessed with form, not necessarily, because of like bad argument or anything. I think you make like pretty good arguments here, but because we can create the idea that we're like anti-form. And form is useful, right? Form is just not law. Form happens on its own because we're human, because we're creatures that make patterns, see patterns, mimic, right? There's ideas linguistically, and no one really knows, but one of the theories of how language emerged is that we were mimicking sounds in the world around us. Either way, we acquire language as young people through mimicking, right? We don't know what words mean when we start to say them as a baby. We mimic social cues and behaviors, and that's patterns, right? That's form. And I think that's actually a fairly good argument, both for and against studying form, because you can study form in a sort of passive way where you can read things and you can experience life in the world and you can pick up forms, and studying it intentionally, might help, but it also might sort of lock you into something you already intuitively are doing, right? Also, this friend is very much this type of person I see. So he was going up to this old cowboy, this old gaucho who's like shredding on his guitar, and he's like, how do you do that thing with the chord and that scale? And old gaucho is just like, man, I'm just making good sounds. That's an interesting conversation, right? Also, there's so many forms, we can't go this one is the right one. Yeah, because form just, it's just, yeah. There are more useful forms for a purpose in any moment, right? But also, it's sometimes picking a form that's not useful that turns out being very beautiful as well. So, and then it was useful, maybe. So, circular. Kant, with his usual rigor, held that the aesthetic judgment is different from cognitive or moral judgment. It is not about knowing whether something is true or good, but about experiencing a disinterested pleasure that one wishes to universalize. The aesthetic judgment occurs when imagination and understanding play freely, when something, without being useful or demonstrable, seems as though it should please anyone. I think it's really funny, Ray, right? In the interest of sort of analyzing the debate bro nature of this work, uh, that you sort of, right, you talk about the idea of like something as canonical and sound only if it references the right things and connects to the canon, and then this essay, right, sort of argues within the canon by like quoting philosophers and stuff. Now, I think this is clever and a bad move, right? It's clever because it sort of plays on the hypothetical ground of your opponent who also believes in the canon and believes in the word of Kant or whatever, right? Um, but at the end of the day, you sort of undermine your own argument because you're making a formal argument, like using all of these things. It doesn't undermine your argument, but it sort of makes it feel somewhat clever, and I do not think clever is usually a good thing. Um, I've started to use clever as a uh, sort of a term to describe art that I'm not sure I really like. um, because this is something I think David Foster Wallace talks about. That so many writers, especially I think writers that we see in these sort of academic and these school places, right, trying hard to do something new, to do something unique, to be clever, to show one's own abilities, rather than just expressing, right? And and cleverness comes off as hollow because it comes off as maybe performative, uh, and that's not like very useful for making people feel things. Uh, yeah. For example, I go back to my classical saxophone days. Uh, when I was a classical saxophonist, uh, I went to a music festival or a summer program called Interlochen, in Michigan. And I was there for like a whole week long like saxophone like thing where there was a bunch of like the best high schoolers who auditioned, and we were with like a really good saxophone professor named McAllister, and we were like learning about saxophone. And they had this like recital, right, where he played like a bunch of saxophone music, so we could be like, wow, inspired. It's like great music or whatever. And so McAllister plays this duet with his grad student. That's like this old French duet. That's a very old piece of music for the saxophone. And it's very just like earnest and beautiful. And it made me like cry. And then there was this piece called Careful Shouts, which was a modern, contemporary, written in 2020 probably, 2019 composition, which was sort of a classical play on, careless whisper, which was a piece for like saxophone and fixed media and had these like chopped up recordings of Careless Whisper, and then like the classical saxophonist was playing with the recording, and it's clever because it's like careless, careful shouts, whisper, and it's clever, right? And you go, oh, haha, right? I get it. You get it because it's an intellectual work, but that's like the extent of it. I'm like, you listen to a minute of the work, and I'm like, I get this, okay. And then it wasn't that pretty. So we need to be careful about being clever, I think, as writers, as artists, because it can just, if you demonstrate to your audience, maybe this is where it comes together. If you demonstrate to your audience that I just want you to get it, I just want you to like understand the thing I'm going for. Like, I'm making this reference and this construction, and if you get it, then you got it, and that's the art. It's like a little puzzle, basically. Then they get it, and they've succeeded, and that's the extent of what they will kind of get from your work. I mean, hopefully you've packaged it in a beautiful vessel, but like if you're Arnold Schoenberg, you weren't doing that, You're writing 12-tone rose. So, we'll finish this. There's not that much left. The judgment does not depend on form itself. It depends on what the form activates. No one is wounded by perfect technique. What hurts, moves, drags, or frees us is not form, but the experience it traverses. And I think that's, I think that's all, that's what you're saying here, right? All of that stuff. Just in a very debate bro way. Form by itself guarantees nothing. Not truth, not emotion, not thought, only structure. Yeah, it's like a brutalist building, right? It's a giant slab of concrete, right? It houses people. It does the job. It communicates the thing. But it's not beautiful. The cult of form is a religion with technical dogmas. It serves to found academies, filter grants, and maintain hierarchies. I think this is predominantly, true. But it does not explain why a melody makes us cry, and it can't, right? Maybe even that is a better way to say this. Why a painting haunts us for years, why a text lingers in memory. Form is not necessary. It is contingent, something useful, sometimes superfluous. One possibility among many, nothing more. Aesthetic judgment happens in spite of form, not because of it. That's like a new idea in your conclusion. And when the form is perfect but empty, there is no possible judgment, only obedience. I like that last line. No possible judgment, only obedience, right? When you create something that is so intent on being understood, you're seeking obedience. You're seeking for your reader to get it. You are seeking for correct. And that's okay. But I don't think many experiencers of art like to feel that way. Some do. It's interesting to see something that you wrote, 2 years ago, Ray, especially in contrast with like some of your more recent essays, and how you've changed. A little snapshot into that. I mean, I can't see all of it, right? But this is very, very, very different, like, from a lot of the things I've read from you. And I think it's fascinating, right, how that sort of shift can occur within, 2 years. I definitely feel like in your more recent works, it seems like you're having much more fun. This work does not seem like it's having very much fun, save for the intellectual, logical side, which is kind of funny, right? I wrote this and another one where I go against the opposite camp, like the art as feels kind of idea. I think that's cool, right? That's kind of a fun thing to argue both sides, and do that. It's probably a great way to like understand your own, way of seeing things, right? I imagine. I mean, listening to the things you say, it seems like you came to the camp of art is neither just feels nor is it just form. Uh, and I guess when you go and debunk the arguments of both ends, you sort of achieve that quite succinctly, right? So that was, I'd imagine that might have been a nice didactic thing for you. Yeah. Any questions about this from you or anyone, or questions about anything that I've said? That is all certainly welcome, encouraged. Questions for or from Ray or me, before we go on to something else, maybe more poetry. Something. This is a nice intermediary, right, out of sorrow of the first poem that we read. We get something that's just flatly neutral, right? And then hopefully someone can send a happy poem. If not, Yes, what's this? First time chatter. Alekman. What is this? What the heck is this that we're doing? What is this strange thing on the internet? Uh, People in chat, which could be you, if you're a writer or if you're not, send me poetry and other writing. This is an essay. People also send me prose, like excerpts from their like novels and short stories, and I read them, and I talk about them, and I scribble on them, and I give my thoughts, and people like that, it seems, and you can get in on that too, or you can just hang out and watch me do so. That's basically what happens on this channel. It's like a real glorified React content, where we think we're smart. You gave me the option for the love poem, Nikki. You did, but I'd already decided by the time I read that message. Very much in the style of Montaigne with his essays. The step and process of the essayist thoughts on the page. Oh, absolutely. Right. I think there's a great place for the logical essay to like communicate your point, right? And they can be like cool to write. I like writing stuff like that sometimes. But they're also hard for a lot of reasons. As with every form, with form comes limitation. All that, whatever. Fair, yeah. I want to have a dramatic scene in my totally serious gothic grimdark high fantasy novel where my main character asks the villain if he has a certain power, and he just says bet. I mean, I think a comedy and lightness, Callie, right? These are the things that make things feel real, right? I think I was talking about this while we were reading your work last time a little bit. If it's all dark and it's all serious and it's all bad and it's all plague and it's all ashes and it's all suffering and it's all sorrow and it's all delight draining from the eyes of people and it's all zombies eating the village and it's all death and destruction and doom and gloom and dark high overlord evil man the seventh, it's not real. It stops feeling real because that's not how life is, right? That's why I liked Osric in the first paragraph. It's moments of beauty amongst darkness. It's the pain that happens in a predominantly good life or a peaceful world, right? It's the laughing, the funny moments, the quirks of humanity, even amongst that, right? That something feels real. I think of a film. What was the film called? It's about this guy who's like a sleeper agent, like a Russian sleeper agent, and he has to like assassinate like a senator or something. This movie's from like the 60s. He's like brainwashed. It's a whole like USSR thing. Um, it's this like black and white film. It's really good. I don't know if it's black and white. Maybe it was color. I'm not sure. Um, I don't know my film history that I could just place that. I don't really remember because I can't visualize it. Um, but there's this moment in that movie. God, what's that movie called? Does anyone, does that description resonate? um anyway, right? So it's no, not Men in Black. It's this like this one guy and their battalion is fighting. I think they're actually fighting in the Korean War. They get captured by like the communists. The communists brainwash them. They send them back. And then he's like a sleeper agent, and then he gets activated by cards, by like games of solitaire. So then his thing is like, do you want to play a game of solitaire? And then they like show the cards, and then it like breaks his sleeper agent thing, and then he wakes up and like does whatever the handler tells him to. um and he's like supposed to, like kill some senator. Rare Imogen knows media we don't. Yeah. This was recommended to me by like my like super American history nerd friend, who really loves like the randomest stuff. Um, anyway, so in this film, right? That all sounds very serious. That all sounds like, oh, it's serious, and it's war, and it's assassination, and it's sleeper agent, and it's drama, and it's whatever. And there's this moment where he's sitting on the train, right? He's taking the train from New York to DC or something. I don't remember. And he accidentally drops his cigarette into his, I don't know if it's water or whiskey or whatever. And it's just this moment, this like very small moment of just like a comedic scene. He drops his cigarette in his water, and he's like, fuck, you know? And I remember that in that film. Of all the things I remember in that film, not the name, not really much of the details. I don't think it was called Sleeper Agent. Um, I don't remember that, but I remember that moment of levity and how real that made the movie feel. Because those things happen in real life, right, Kali? So when we write dark, grim, dark, dank, evil, Manchurian Candidate, yes, thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Nikki. The Manchurian Candidate, great film. Um, so so it's those contrasts, right? It's the light and the dark. It's the comedy in the thing. It's the sad and the good that makes something feel human, right? We can't have all of one experience or all of the other, um, because that's just not how life is. And now we can write poems at these ideal extremes, and they can probably still be good. We can still write books at these extremes, and they can be good. Uh, but yeah, if we want something to feel human, I think we want to capture all of humanity. And even if we're in the most despairing, dark, undead filled zombie ash raining from the sky, no life, fantasy opiate epidemic world, people will still find a way to smile, you know. The day you see that movie and scene, it's the day you get activated as a sleeper agent, I guess so, right? It's a scene that marked me. Yeah, right. Of any scene in that film, that one marked me. And I'm not sure I can really think of any other scene in as much detail as that one, right? Um but also it's set in present day Ireland inside of a snow globe that's stuck in the past, and people will still smile. you know? They will still smile. St. Elmo's Fire, no saint elsewhere, is set in a snow globe. I wonder. I bet you'd get a very eclectic set of films and pieces of media if you looked for all of the media set in snow globes. Like, I wonder how often that comes up in media. I remember there's some like official D&D module, maybe a famous one, that involves like the players ending up in a snow globe of like a frost giant or something, because it's a giant snow globe or something. I have no idea, but I feel like I have a really vague recollection of that being a thing. I smile even when my Pepsi has no ice, and I selected no ice in the options. Yeah. Before we go on to something else, which I think we will. Yeah, my haircut's not until 3 p.m., so I don't stream can go for quite a while today. Um, Before we go on to something else, we will. I've been thinking of DMing you to add a media channel. I can do that. I can put it on my reminders post-it note that doesn't hardly ever actually remind me to take action, but you know, so it goes. Ah, actually filled up a sticky note. I can go into a new one. Hold on. Old sticky note goes away. What am I adding? A media channel? I fuck with that heavy. Media channel in Discord. Okay. I will do that. We're going to take a little break here and then come back and do more poetry and stuff. Yeah. So, and I need a little vocal break and some water. So stand up, drink some water, rest your brain, your mind, your emotions, your whatever. Look away from the screen, move, stand up, do something good for you. You deserve that. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. It's like the Disney. Hello. Welcome. We're back. Me, Imogen, stream, stuff. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, just as an example. Okay, wait. We were talking about contrast in writing, and you said, just as an example, I can think of dark moments in the Wheel of Time hit like they do because we spent at least a few hours worth of pages and chapters enjoying the much more peaceful times in Emmon's Field. Yeah, right? When it's good and it's good and it's good, boom, bad thing, punch in the gut, kills us, knocks the air out of us. Even if it's like a mildly bad thing, which is cool. I started to read The Wheel of Time. I didn't finish it. Like, I didn't finish the first book, which means I got nowhere near finishing the series. It's funny, I was talking about Interlaken. I remember I was reading The Wheel of Time at Interlaken while doing saxophone things. So, Wheel of Time. I know it's, like, very well loved. I thought the world building was cool. I remember there was, like, this lady and this kid who was maybe, like, supposed to be, like, the village's, like, witch or, like, magic user. And then, like, the lady came by. And there was also a boy. That's what I remember of the Wheel of Time. I don't think I got very far. I have a funny story today. Want to hear? A funny story, like a funny story in chat, or a funny story like a stream submission? Either one of those are certainly interesting to me. And we have a number of submissions to read. We have work for today in chat. Yeah, you can type your funny story. There is no need to ask for funny story permission, right? This is a place where y'all can just just say what's up and put your funny stories in or whatever. I might not read them, you know. Do you want me to answer those? Because I know exactly who you're talking about, despite not having read it in 3 years. I mean, sure. I don't think I'm gonna read it again or like try again. But Ray, if it's not funny, you get banned. Yeah, we can only tell funny stories if they're funny, and if we get any indication that the funny story isn't actually funny, banned permanently, no appeal. That sounds good. But explaining fantasy books, that's always welcome, you know. You're watching the World Cup, Ray? Who's on right now? Who's playing? I'm just gonna let you tell me. I'm not gonna look it up because I have to like reach all the way over here to the keyboard. Awful setup. My computer is sitting on top of a box set of that book by George R.R. Martin, that series with the TV show Game of Thrones. 2 books from the Stormlight Archive, Rhythm of War, and the second one, and a biography of Che Guevara, so that it can be at this height, and it's a laptop. And there's all these like cords snaking around everywhere. It looks really nice what y'all can see. What I see is like evil. Terrible. Brazil won, Japan won. Holy shit. That's crazy. If Japan, I'm here for Japan simply because I love this like 48 team structure and all these like little teams. I mean, Japan would be in a 32 team World Cup, but like I love these like upsets and stuff, and I have no particular allegiance to Brazil. And like I want to see like an Asian country or an African country do really well in this World Cup because that's never really happened before. I'm like pulling hard for Morocco, you know. Hopefully they aren't like already eliminated. I don't know if they played yesterday. In 2 hours, Germany will play against Paraguay. That sounds like Germany will probably win. Oh, and you're here, Damp Fender Cole. Gotcha. Do you want me to read your poem, your thing? I can read yours right now. So the shtick for the new people is I read people's stuff, but only if they're in chat at the time, right? This is my coercion to get people to actually watch my stream. Just call me Cabbage. Okay, I'll call you Cabbage. The Damp Fender is kind of cool. I don't know. Cabbage. Cabbage. I'll respect your preferences. I try to do so, though. Sometimes people say, just call me blank. And then it's like, and then I forget, I'm like, shit. So, it's hard. Um, I had to defend my bachelor thesis today. Okay, I hope that went well. And last week, I guess you said it's a funny story, not a tragic story. So that's positive. Last week I started doing Lexapro to help with my anxiety and OCD. Okay, story's really funny so far. What's up? I kid. And I was supposed to take half of one tablet, but I took 4 of them today. And all the classmates and professors thought I was on coke. I was sweating like crazy and had dilated pupils. That's not a funny story. What's up? Like, consider your health. Be responsible with your medications. That's really dangerous. I also drink vodka. That's crazy. I mean, while I was in music school, I definitely procured a bottle of caffeine pills and was popping multiple caffeine pills a day to fuel the demands of my music degree against my depression. It was like caffeine versus depression was my self-medication, although I was also on antidepressants and mood stabilizers, maybe why I was tired. And I got to the point where I was taking what I think caffeine is milligrams, and a coffee, like what a cup of coffee is like 80 milligrams. A double shot of espresso varies, but I think it's like 150 to like 200 milligrams. I was taking 1,200 milligrams of caffeine like a day for like a few days, and then I felt my heart like stop while I was walking up onto stage once. Like it like seized and fluttered. And I'm like, I need to stop now. And luckily I was able to, because caffeine isn't particularly addictive. So yeah, I'm gonna just have a part where the main character is like, and everyone lived happily ever after, and everything was good, which for the book felt wrong. Well, of course that feels wrong. And then the four children we left behind in that house arrived, fully grown, filled with rage, but they were abandoned, riding dark horses, commanding a grand fleet of dangerous creatures. But that's like, we need some good. We need some good. Damp Fender Coal equals steaming cabbage. Yeah, I got that. It's just like I see Damp Fender and I'm like, Damp Fender. I'm not like cabbage, gotta build these associations. Uruguay got eliminated the other day. Yeah. I did watch the end of that game. Yeah, it was interesting. Against who were they playing? They were playing against weren't they playing against South Africa? No, South Africa was playing against someone else yesterday. They were playing against Canada. The day before was Uruguay and I don't remember. Fair if you want me to. The Village Witch. Yeah. Nineveh. Nineveh? Is that how you say it? I think that's how I was saying it in my head. She is essentially the village healer, capable of using magic but didn't recognize it until... Moraine. Yeah, the lady. The lady. That is the lady. Teaches her about magic. Yes. And then the main protagonist is Rand. Yes. Yes. Thank you. The knowledge that I will forget by the end of the day, but thank you. I'm practically mainline Mr. Pibb. That's crazy. Question, shall I put all my poems in one thread or make a thread for each one? What we usually do is like separate submissions because threads get buried because I think threads is just like new ones go to the top basically is how they're sorted. Uh, so yeah. Um, Wait, you were like, of course that felt wrong. Well, we need some good. Help me, Lotus. Well, we need some good. We need some bad. Callie, it's balance. It's moderation. It's like writing is like Lexapro, right? If we take four Lexapros instead of half of one Lexapro, we go to our lecture, our bachelor thesis defense, and we look like we're on coke. If we take zero Lexapro, we are anxious and OCD. We don't want that either. We want moderation, right? We want some Lexapro, but not too much. So in the case of your book, you want some good, you want some bad. It sounds like you want predominantly bad, but that allows you to have beautiful, good, loving, tender, positive, hopeful moments, which then you can turn around and crush with more bad, right? But it's the playing back and forth. And if your book ends bad, that's fine. Um, but the bad won't feel bad if it's just been bad the whole time. It'll just be same, right? So, yeah. My dad is cheering for Japan so hard out of disdain for Brazil. That makes sense. Yeah. The audiobook I listened to pronounced it Nineveh. Nineveh. I don't know. More of a Nineveh. Glad to know I helped. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, damp fender cabbage. Cabbage. Let's read The Lowlands, a sonnet written by you. Um Unless you would like me to read the other one, which is your What is Poetry, a bit of a meta poem. Sounds like an Ars Poetica. Um, but sonnets sound cool. Yeah, yeah. I haven't read verse in a while, I feel like. You know? I think we'll do that. And you have a little blurb here, which I will also kind of copy and put onto the thing. And we'll talk about it. I appreciate your enthusiasm, just popping in and wanting to share poetry. That's pretty dope. And I'm very excited to, always excited to, as I say, have new blood, new poets, new poems, new novel things to entertain my mind that constantly needs a new bit of satisfaction and stimulation because I'm a 21st century digital boy, as they say, they being King Crimson. I think that's King Crimson, right? King Crimson, 21st century digital boy, great prog rock song. Um, Lotus, are you okay with reading thriller, like as like a genre, like thrillers, like prose that is thriller? Sure. I'm fine with reading anything. Now, if you mean reading Thriller, the song by Michael Jackson, and reading the lyrics of Thriller, I would say that I'm less enthusiastic, but it's not impossible. you know? Um, yeah. The genre thriller. Okay. Thriller. Thriller. Yeah, that one. Okay, so dampen cabbage, you say. This was my first try at poetry in English after failing multiple times years ago. Now, failing, I'll take your word for it, but I'm not sure I believe in failing. This, to my initial surprise after writing it, does actually align with my style that I also use in my native language, and I'd say that generally my poems are quite similar to the poems from the Romantic period, or at least those from German Romantics. Not sure what British or American folks were up to during that time, fair enough. And I'd say it's mostly storytelling with whatever hidden meaning that sparks to my mind afterward, as is the case with this one. Though there do sometimes have some meaning other than just being pretty to read. Hope tags and all are accurate. Yeah, the tags don't really matter. I don't think I even look at them. I just have them there for maybe someone uses them, you know. Um, and we have it in the lowlands. Now, before I jump into this, I will ask you, Cabbage, if you have any questions, if there are any things you would like me to sort of be attentive to, in particular in this poem, thematic or stylistic or emotional things. Basically, if there's just anything you want to tell me before I read this, I'm not soliciting explanations of like what the poem means. I think I generally do a decent job of talking about that, and it's less fun to have the poem explained. But if you have any things you're looking for, you know, some people want like critique or criticism, uh, and that's definitely something that probably you have to ask for. I don't usually critique very harshly. Um, Let me know, and if not, then that's fine. I often just go into these things with no context, but whatever you prefer, you know, let me know, I guess. And then we will jump into this and start to read it and talk about the lowlands, this sonnet, your first successful poem in English. And I'll give you a second if you're typing. Uh, but if you're not writing any questions or comments or context, then, you know, let me know. I don't know. I auto mod stopped that. Um, what do we think AutoMod blocked that message for? Well, I would like to have some general criticism, sure, as I don't really have a place to share my stuff. Also, quite interested in what you interpret the meaning to be. Perfect. How do you send stuff for this? Yeah, you just join the Discord, which Nikki will try to send the link to in chat. And then you go into like stream submissions, and then you like put it in the stream submissions forum as a new post, each piece of writing you want. There's a whole thing of guidelines there, which you know can read if you're into that, you know, into reading all that. All right. In the lowlands, a sonnet. Shadows dash across the land, cut through the dark and gloomy night. Their fast paces stir up the sand, as the sky's stars gleam far and bright. And when the sun beams far above, bringing anew with it a day, along skies glides a lonely dove, thick fog is covering her way. She cannot see what's before her, while further down the shadows still dash dash through the land just as they were, doing at night, following their will. She does not know what lies beyond, but still the dove flies on and on in the lowlands. Yeah, as you said, right, in the description, we have this sort of very image-based poem, right? We're telling this story, describing this land, and I think you do a lot of a really nice description. That's like so much of what this poem is. You know, our shadows, our night, our paces, our sand, our stars, our gleam, our, you know, sunbeams, our, you know, all of the stuff, and of course our sort of main symbol, our dove. Um, it always depends on how I'm feeling. Alec, man, you can submit stuff whenever. You can submit stuff when I'm streaming, when I'm not streaming. The question of whether I will read them on any given stream basically depends on, oh, I'm tired now, stream is over, you know? So, but the submissions are always like open, you know, in the sense you can always put something in there and they'll sit there until a future stream when I go like, who has poetry in submissions? And you can, you know, Tell me. Let me read this again. It's always good to give something many, many reads to keep engaging with the work. Shadows dash across the land, cut through the dark and gloomy night. Their fast paces stir up the sand as the sky's stars gleam far and bright. And when the sun beams from above, bringing anew with it a day, along skies glides a lonely dove, thick fog is covering her way. She cannot see what's before her, while further down the shadows still dash through the land, just as they were doing at night, following their will. She does not know what lies beyond, but still the dove flies on and on. So a few things that jump out to me from like the craft and form perspective. I guess maybe that's on the mind since we just read an essay concerning the idea of form, right? Is I think in a lot of these lines, I really enjoy the way you move across the line break. This is something that I always find myself very attentive to in the sonnet, right? It can be very easy writing like sonnets to fall into the trap where you'll have like a line and you have like just enough words probably in many cases for a complete thought. You'll stick a period at the end. Like people, it's easy to accidentally kind of do this in a sonnet. And I think that can read as very stiff, as not having very much motion. But you, right, have this semicolon line that pushes into the period, right? And these sort of form like a 2 and a 2. And then you kind of do that again in some capacity. And then in our next section here, if we want to divide it into sections, right, we have this sort of continuing all the way across a whole 4-line thought, which I think is really nice, just as a thing to be doing, right, and sort of engaging within the form. It gives the sonnet motion, right? Sometimes, when we're writing in a form that has these end rhymes, these night, these bright, these dove above, these days, these ways, these sands, these lands, these hers and wers and stills and wills and beyonds and ons, right? When we are like really landing too heavily on the rhymes, it can feel like they slow us down, they bog us down, because rhymes sometimes want to punctuate things in the same way that rhymes, or in the opposite way that rhymes sometimes want to like propel us forward. And I think like in a lot of this poem, the rhymes are doing a good job of creating motion, right? Because, we look here and land goes with sand, but we hit that rhyme and we can't just stop, right? Because the comma, the enjambment is pushing us on through the idea, right? And same with above and dove. So I think that's cool. There was also some like the nice like internal like rhyme and stuff that was happening. I think there's a lot of sound that can really be like brought out in this poem, right? These gleams and these beams, and we have like the sky stars kind of alliteration happening in places. Skies glides, right? Even like a through and a doing and a following kind of progress through sound in this way. So I think it has a nice feel, right? It has a nice feel in terms of sound, and I think that's quite lovely, right? As we're writing a poem in like a second language, right? One of the hard things to do is to really refine sound in the way we use a language and that kind of thing. I'd say the meter in this sonnet is fairly loose. At least that's how I read it. That can certainly be a hard thing to accomplish with different accents and inflections and dialects and second or third languages, right, is something like verse can feel different depending on how you pronounce the word. I don't think there's anything wrong with like loose verse, right? And even this sonnet, right, starts with shadows, shadows, right? Shadows dash across the land. Ba-da bumpa dumpa dum. Right? It's like da, 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 shadows dash across the land. We have like, quite a short line, and I think we're, in terms of the sonnet form, we're like playing with it and kind of stretching. Because, right, the strict sonnet form is going to be our 10 syllables per line, cut through the dark and gloomy land, right? 8, but I think it still feels fairly sonnet in our rhyme scheme, of course, in our like 14 line length. So, it's not a big deal, right? And I imagine it sounds like maybe you'd have written much poetry in German before really writing in English. So, you know, experimenting with form, that's understandable, right? Meaning. I think the meaning is interesting. Meaning is a fun thing to look at in a poem that is very storytelling, in a poem that is very concrete, right? Because a lot of what meaning comes from is our associations with like these symbolic things, right? Like a dove. A dove can mean things to some people that a dove doesn't mean to other people. And same with, stars gleaming. We even saw that earlier in the poem by Nikki, right? Where the stars gleaming had a very different meaning that we are probably ever going to have in this poem, right? These starry eyes as, stars as relating to eyes and life and death, right? Probably not so much this poem, although maybe somewhat. Um, so, but we get to sort of have these symbolic associations and maybe decide what things might mean for us. And of course, also the story and how the story takes these symbols and these concrete images and the ideas through. We can sort of take that template of the story and apply it onto a lot of our very human experiences. So when we have shadows dash across the land, cut through the dark and gloomy night, their fast paces stir up the sand as the sky's stars gleam far and bright. Right, any number of people can read this in any number of ways, what the darkness is and what the stars might mean within that. You said you wanted to mention it isn't really in line with the traditional Shakespearean form, but I kind of forgot. Yeah, and that's fine, right? Form is a loose thing. Form is something we use to express ourselves how we want to, right? um, so but regardless, we're setting this on like a backdrop of darkness, right? We're beginning with darkness, and when sun beams from above, bringing anew with it a day, along skies glides a lonely dove, thick fog covering her way. We have this sort of motion of existing in darkness, coming into something of light, right? Having some lightness here, and we have the dove. And we also sort of pull back the lightness of the day, right? We come down with this fog and this covering she cannot see, right? So sort of even in daylight, there's darkness. Even when we can see, there's still something unsure for our dove, right? She cannot see what's before her, while further down the shadows still dash through the land just as they were doing at night, following their will, right? So even in light, even when it should be maybe hopeful or beautiful or traversable, there is still shadow lurking underneath. There is still this underlying kind of darkness. And I really like the shadows, right? Paces stirring up the sand, dash through the land. Also, very cool how this land kind of calls back, right, to the shadows, dashing through the land, but it's sort of offset in terms of where it is in the line. I think that's really cool. Yeah, but we have this darkness underneath, just as they were doing at night, following their will. I like the shadows having will, right? This sort of embodied thing. Will is a very embodied feeling, and we characterize them, right? They cut through with paces. They're running, they're dashing, they're acting. And when we make them human, and we also, I think, make the dove kind of human as well, by even just using her, even though like animals, have gender too. I think in poetry it's very easy to associate an animal, especially like a dove, right? Uh, we like to personify, and we like to make, anthropomorphize animals generally. And I think my mind jumps to this, right? When we have shadows with will, when we have these kind of scary and underlying things. And then we have a dove who doesn't know, right? Knowledge is kind of a human thing as well, but continues to go on, right? We have this idea of being in darkness, not knowing, and still continuing. From an emotional perspective, I think a way to describe this is just the feeling of hope, right? Hope. And birds have a lot of hope in them, right? There's the sort of hope, the freedom, the ability to fly, and specifically a dove, right? As I said, many people can read a dove in different ways. Doves are associated in Christianity, right, with our Holy Spirit, which is certainly a way to read this poem, right? Through darkness, through, fear and not knowing, right? We could read this poem as like deeply sort of Christian, that the Holy Spirit and the God kind of flies on in the soul and gives one hope and direction in that way. This white, light, bright thing that exists, even when we sort of can't see. Now, I'm not Christian, so I don't jump to that reading personally, but it's certainly there, and it's very strongly there, and I think it's hard to ignore the dove in that context, right? But even just the dove is hope, right? Hey, hope, a thing with feathers, as Emily Dickinson would say. Hope, freedom, flight, going places, possibility. Even just as hope, right? I think that's a beautiful reading of this dove, right? When things are dark, and when there is light that you cannot see, and when things are dark again, you keep going, right? I think the inclusion of something like knowing, does not know what lies beyond, could make this like very like philosophic and even existential, right? Where maybe rather than hope, it's a very biological, very mechanical kind of thing, right? The dove is flying because the dove flies, and even if it is lonely and alone and unsure and uncertain, it keeps going, maybe just sort of in an unexplained manner, but it continues to exist. It persists, maybe just to not die. But we could read this. I think it's most easy for me to read the dove as a person in this poem, and this offers maybe some sort of solace or some sort of just explanation. Is maybe a less optimistic way to read this, right? One where there is hope in darkness, or the dove, the thing that we hope for, the going forward. But maybe one is just we are doves flying, and we don't know anything, and we don't see anything, and we're alone, and that's life, and that's reality. It's a very sort of bleak philosophic outlook. But we're alive, and we have this drive to keep living. As an animal, just drives to keep living and, fly around and reproduce until it dies, right? Uh, and when we're talking about like underlying darkness in relation to like existential hope, I think that offers like a nice explanation for the darkness. One is the sin, right? The Christian reading, but the other one is just really those like uncertain thoughts, that pain, that suffering, that meaninglessness, right? And then maybe there's this beautiful reading of the dove as the mind that, uh, you know, there is meaninglessness in the world around us, and yet the mind has this resilience to continue going and to continue to create reason or direction even without any, right? Makes the dove even as just more a symbol for like belief or purpose outside the Holy Spirit, like a pseudo symbol where the dove could imply the Holy Spirit, or it could just be belief in something, right? Belief is something that is created in the face of this darkness to continue flying. Uh, those are all readings that come to me, right, of this work. Another thing that I really enjoy, and when the sun beams from above, bringing anew with it a day, along skies glides a lonely dove, thick fog is covering her way. We sort of tease the reader in a way. We give darkness and then we give light, and we're like, okay, yay, there's light. It's going to be more hopeful. It's going to be happier. That's great, right? Uh and and then we say like the dove in this case cannot see any light. It cannot see any hope. It doesn't sort of get that afforded to it. I think that's beautiful because it doesn't just acknowledge like a darkness, but also maybe the fact that there could be light, and there's like for some reason or another, an impossibility of being able to see that light. That could even lead to sort of like a depression sort of reading where like there's light, I just can't see it, right? I know life can be good, it's just not for me. Those are the kinds of things depressed people say, or I said when I was depressed, right? Happiness is for other people. Uh, you know, lonely. I think we could hinge a reading of this upon lonely, right? Uh, that there is all this darkness, and they are facing it alone, and they cannot see light because they are alone, and maybe there's this sense of like loss, and the dove in its way could be searching for something to cure the loneliness that it's solitude, um and it just goes on looking for an end, looking to see light, looking to not be alone. I mean, there's a lot of these are very like subtle variations on kind of the same feeling. uh all of it's very like close knit to each other, and how these things can be read, right? When I was getting assessed by a shrink, she showed me Rorschach pictures, and after like the third one, they all started to look like vaginas. But I had to make up shit, like Vietnamese open-faced banh mi baguette. Anyone relates? I bet if you just said that they looked like sex organs, your shrink would have had a field day with like the Freudian psychology, right? Um, because they love that shit, right? You just string them along, say everything's sexual, say it's to do with your upbringing and all that and whatever. Um, I think it's funny. You started to read that, and you're like, I almost feel like anyone else relates because a poem is sort of acting as this Rorschach thing, right? Um, what is the dove, right? We can all look into a poem as one of these sort of Rorschach tests that reflect back onto ourself, and that our readings of something is reflected by our subjective experience or whatever. And the way that I read poems probably analyzed over a great amount of time could maybe tell you all a great deal about me. I'm not sure. Just go full on Freudian. That's a vagina, dick, vag, balls. Yeah, right. um, yeah, I mean the now that you say it, right? Now that you say it, I think the dove could actually be like feminine sexuality, um, and purity, and flying above the no. I'm joking. Although the dove actually with the whole Christian like pure white like darkness thing, there could be a sort of like purity reading of this. Um, who knows? Maybe the dove is the embodiment of virginity flying over the dark world of sin, which is sort of like the deal with the Holy Spirit and like Christ and Virgin Mary. That's all a big thing within the Christian tradition. So it's actually not a huge stretch to she's lonely, she's alone, virgin, dove, God, Christ, darkness. But not the reading I jumped to. Not that it's a wrong reading or a wrong reading exists. Doves bring peace too. That's actually a reading I quite like. Peace. Yeah, dove is a peace thing. Is like a very common symbol. And if we think about, right, a dark and gloomy land where even the sun comes up and there's no good and it's dark, right? It's conflict, it's pain, life is pain, and yet there is this ideal notion of peace and safety for people, and we don't know what is beyond, but like there is still this sort of continued hope that things will get better and that there can be peace, and specifically framing that sort of continuing and that flight in the frame of like violence or war or suffering or just not peaceful kind of existence. I think that, yeah, Noah's Ark, right? The dove brings the olive branch as a covenant that there will be no more floods and violence and there will be peace, right? I gifted my copy of Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams and now I miss it. Maybe there's something Freudian in that, you know? Maybe that's really displaying your attachment to the notion of having an intellectually instructive male figure in your life, and since Freud is now gone and you don't have this masculine symbol to aid you in the confusion of your dreams, you have this deep longing, and that reflects your relationship with your father, Ray, because that tells me, right, that your father was never a figure who could teach you the ways you had to approach the world, and you were left with a dream-like confusion in your childhood. And Freud, stepped in to fill that role. And now that he's gone, you're lost and vacant. And I think this probably implies like a latent or maybe present. I don't know. I think it implies a homosexuality. Yeah. Yeah, that's Freud, right? This like association, jumping to conclusions. Ray out here gifting people with the Freudian slip. Oh yeah. Hey, that's good. That's really good, Nikki. That was an angel with butterfly wings. Yeah. Okay. So to this poem, right? The dove can be read in a number of ways, and I think it, contrasting the light and the dark, it definitely gives us a feeling of hope or possibility. Is pretty much a through line in almost all of these kinds of things, and I do feel personally, right, reading this, it's like that end is positive and hopeful, and useful, right, in a world of darkness, sort of this reminder of good things. Maybe that goes back to what we've been talking about throughout stream with Callie's grim, dark, ultra dark, super bad, evil fantasy world, right? But I think, right, there's always these like doves that exist within that, these things flying above, these possibilities of peace or hope or salvation or just continuing to exist, right? Yeah. Ah, how I love over interpretation. Yeah, cabbage, right? And you know, I'm of the opinion, this is my thesis, that that doesn't exist, you know. But you know, if you're staunchly against overinterpretation, you might not have a good time in this stream. But you know, for me, right, a poem. I'm gonna draw my little thing. A poem is this subjective experience, right, of the writer, right? The writer is experiencing like this objective reality that they're trying to understand. They can only understand it through these subjective axes of language and that kind of thing, right? They put it back into object, and they're like, wow, this is like an objective reality that is mine, and I've like birthed something. And then like the reader comes along, and they're a subjective experiencer who can see things depending on the person in a million different ways, right? And form their own object of interpretation at the end. That's like the trajectory of art in my mind, right? And so what I do right on stream is I'm not necessarily speaking to the objective interpretation that I come to, that I appreciate as a reader, right? But looking at the possible subjective readings that anyone in chat could potentially approach this poem with, and chat also sends them my way, like Nikki saying peace, right? Maybe it is, you know, maybe it is over interpretation. No, I love it, right? I love it, so it's not too much, you know. It already happened several times. The meanings you didn't intend. That's wonderful. That's the beauty of poetry, right? We sacrifice ourselves on the altar of art for the readers to make all their different gods of us and believe whatever the fuck they want, even if it's not what we thought. I did show my friend a movie with some male masturbation scenes in it, and when he saw I had Brokeback Mountain in the list of movies to watch, he was like, okay, maybe not that one. See, right, it all goes back to Freud. See, let me ask you this. Did you give your copy of Freud to a male friend? In which case, I think that continues to really double down on the latent homosexuality, the homoerotic, I can't speak. Homoeroticness of Freud. Eroticism. Thank you, Alec Man. Coming in with all the definitions today, all the clarifications of words. We need people like that in chat, you know, to tell me the characters' names that I'm thinking of in the movies that I don't have the names for. Scroll up in chat. He's definitely homoeroticizing. What did I miss? Man, I let homoeroticism slip past me in chat. That's not allowed. I gifted my friend Freud because we homoeroticing out. So hard to say. Actually, interpretation is a pretty important thing in the context of the meaning of this poem, even if not perfectly intentional. I mean, yeah. I mean, interpretation's always going to skew meaning, right? Taking this as like a sort of roughly bleak existential poem is very different than taking it as a poem about the prospect of peace, which maybe has much more sinister feel than like maybe the most positive, just like blindly positive, Christian Holy Spirit guiding us through darkness interpretation, right? So we create meaning through interpretation. All right. Although you see this one in particular wrong, nice to know I'm not the only one seeing vaginas. Yep. Yep. In the lowlands, I'm gonna read this again. We've been way too we've talked way too much about Freud for a few minutes. This happens, Cabbage. I get distracted if you couldn't tell. Shadows dash across the land, cut through the dark and gloomy night. Their fast paces stir up the sand as the sky's stars gleam far and bright. Interesting. I like the sort of parallelism in the sky's stars gleaming far and bright, and the dove, right? That we have like these two kind of lights and darknesses. The Christian could double down on the Christian reading and say that the stars represent the cosmos, represent God the Father. But again, not my cup of tea. The shadows dash across the land, cut through the dark and gloomy night. Their fast paces stir up the sand as the sky's stars gleam far and bright. And when the sun beams from above, bringing anew with it a day, along skies glides a lonely dove. Thick fog is covering her way. She cannot see what's before her, while further down the shadows still. So something I notice, something cool, another way to look at this poem is like through speed. The shadows are fast, right? This is another contrast. I like how we create another contrast other than light dark. Oh, there are like three contrasts we create with the dove and the shadows, right? We have like dove, bam, and we have shadows, right? The other guys. And the dove is up and the shadows are down, right? They're on the ground, dove is in the sky, right? Dove is light, maybe white if we're thinking of color, also light as in weight, and the shadows are dark, right, because they're shadows. But we also have something interesting, that the shadows are fast and the dove is slow, right? And we can even, I think my mind jumps to think, and maybe it's just because of the description, that the dove is very calmly floating above and the shadows are tearing up the land, right? But right, their fast paces stir up the sand, whereas the dove glides, right, along. It glides along, a lonely dove. Thick fog covering her way, she cannot see what's before her, while further down the shadows still dash through the land, just as they were doing at night, following their will, right? And it's interesting because like that kind of says in a juxtaposition way that this speed of the shadows is willful and the floating of the dove is not willful, right? When we juxtapose things, right, when we show that the dove and the shadow are opposite of each other, something that can happen interpretation-wise is that when the shadows have will, we can naturally fill in kind of with the pattern that the dove does not, right? And whenever the dove has something, right, the shadows don't have that thing. And that's really curious, right? There's, a whole nother reading of this poem just centering around this idea of will, right? Of action, peace. If we can tie it into our other interpretations, or we can make a new interpretation of it, which is cool. Peace is not willful, right? Peace doesn't get created. Peace happens in the absence of negative action, right? War is action. War is doing stuff and killing people and tearing up the ground and the land. And peace can only float. Peace can only float in the absence of things. I feel like there's some quote that I'm trying to think of that has to do with peace and war in that kind of framing, but I can't think of it. Um, so, right, we can frame like kind of peace and hope that way. But also, we can look at the dove itself in this existential way, in this like very like philosophy of mind sort of, the shadow has will. Will itself, action, will cause suffering and strife, but to just float along the winds of existence, you will find peace and blind contentedness. Very Eastern philosophy reading. I wouldn't personally jump to an Eastern philosophy reading of a dove, just because doves are so. I mean, I don't know where doves be situated in like Buddhism. I'm not sure if they are at all, but for my Western mind, dove, I'm like Christian, But I like this inaction of the dove. And I think that makes me really like this idea of peace, right? This idea that peace floats only in the spaces where conflict cannot exist. And so conflict exists on the ground in reality, where humans are, where shadows are. And peace only exists floating in the air, in the empty place of ideal, right? Ideals. Is where peace lives, because in reality, on the ground, where it is heavy, where it is real, where there are shadows, there cannot be peace. Even light itself can't touch the dove, right? Peace, this ideal, this notion, is intangible. It's ungraspable. It flies without seeing through places it cannot see, right? That sort of thing. That's a cool interpretation. Through the juxtaposition of will. That's fucking dope. Shadows dash across the land, cut through the dark and gloomy night. Their fast paces stir up the sand as the sky's stars gleam far and bright. And when the sun beams from above, bringing anew with it a day, along skies glides a lonely dove. Thick fog is covering her way. She cannot see what's before her, while further down the shadows still dash through the land just as they were doing at night, following their will. She does not know what lies beyond, but still the dove flies on and on. Another one of those juxtapositions, right? The dove not knowing means there's a knowing to the shadows. Now, knowing within the shadows, right, has this lovely, like, sinful implication. This kind of comes back to, like, the purity, right? The dove is not knowing. I didn't need to cross that out. Not knowing, and the shadows are knowing, right? And we could read this in a Christian manner of sin is knowledge, right? Sin descends from the tree of life, which gives the fruit of knowledge, which creates shame and darkness and strife that separates us from the love of the holy dove. It slots very nicely within Christianity. I think it also works within, like, just peace in general, right? Knowledge is greed, and knowledge is all of that, right? Yeah. We're talking about meter. We're talking about what a sonnet is. Yeah, Shakespearean sonnets are written in iambic pentameter. Modern sonnets kind of go meh. Yeah, right. We can, and we have the freedom as writers to write absolute free verse and just call it a sonnet if we want to, um, and let people do the arguing, right? But yeah, I'm not going to read all of you talking about iambic pentameter because, frankly, it bores me. um, you know. This one follows my standard meter of switching between iambic and trochaic. Yeah, you do that in here definitely, alternating between 7 and 6. Yeah, and that's kind of cool. It definitely. I mean, you have like the 14 lines and like the rhyme scheme which ties it to like the sonnet idea. So it's like kind of like a sonnet interpreted through your form, right? So that's kind of cool. Uh, yeah. I love finding that like that idea of knowledge and will. I think that that works really well in this poem. And yeah. The title. Right, the title. I didn't even talk about the title. In the lowlands. In the lowlands. A fascinating title, right? Because our sort of subject, we're following the dove. We're following this thing that is necessarily like sort of separated from the lowlands. Uh, which sort of places, in a sense, the perspective of this poem, or the perspective through the title, as with the shadow, right, as on the ground, and maybe then sort of places the human perspective down on the ground, down in the shadow, right, in the lowlands, and we are a bunch of shadows, right? We are down in the shadows, and we are like looking up for hope, looking up for doves. For Imogen draws really bad pictures of birds for the second time in this study. We're all looking up at the dove, right? and and we are in shadow, all looking for something. Maybe there's a whole. We can even get like meta analytical, right? I hate to do this, but I love to throw it in sometimes, where the fact that we all sit and we all have different interpretations of the dove, right, is an expression of, our strife and difference down in the lowland, and the fact that we are all looking up at something that can be interpreted in a number of ways. And perhaps it's just a dove. The curtains were just blue. It's just a pretty poem. A fun fact, I got the idea for this from a video game OST called Shadows of the Lowlands. What video game? Or is the video game called Shadows of the Lowlands, or is like a song from the OST called that? That's a cool name, right? Shadows from the Lowlands. Oh, from Xenoblade. Interesting. I've never engaged with like hardly any Xenoblade at all. So that's where the title and motif comes from. Yeah, it's cool. I love when art inspires us to make more art. I don't know why the lowlands made me think of Frownland by Captain Beefheart. A Ray reference, I don't know, you know. Cool name. Yeah, it is. From Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Gotcha. Um, that's a few of my thoughts for this. And in return, y'all have probably given me a penny of ad revenue, so it works out, right? A penny for my thoughts. Um, that's kind of funny. I never thought about that one before. Um, are there any other questions or thoughts? Thoughts for pennies. And something on this poem. Does anyone have? Do you have any questions, Cabbage? Any things you are left wondering or uncertain or asking? Does anyone have glowing praise for Cabbage and their lovely sonnet here? or any questions for them, or any of those kinds of things before we attempt to conclude this here little once over of an analysis of a work. May I disclose the actual meaning? Absolutely. Yeah. Now, I encourage you to think about it as your intended meaning rather than the actual meaning, for your own sake as an artist. But absolutely, you may disclose your intent. I appreciate your patience. Some people will be like dropping it halfway through the poem, and I'm like, man, let me keep yapping about my shit. Couldn't even tell English isn't your primary language. It is very, very cleanly written, yeah. Yeah, I think this sort of process that I scribbled out earlier invalidates the idea of actual. But I am certainly curious to hear your intent and your context. So, I did come up with the meaning afterward, and in my interpretation, as this is essentially just an interpretation of my own poem, is that the shadows and the dove are symbolizing people. The dove is in some way the lyrical subject and symbolizes the person who doesn't really know where they're going in life or whose future is shrouded in thick fog, while the shadows are others who seemingly much further and more determined in life, following their will, no matter if it's night or day. It's interesting because within this framing, in recent times, I've been moving more from a dove to more of a shadow. Meanwhile, the lyrical subject can't quite see them, make out what their goal truly is or where they're heading, but still goes. Flies on with hope. I really like this reading. So in conclusion, there isn't a definitive meaning in this poem and can be interpreted in whatever the reader thinks it to be. And I think that's quite poetic. Yeah, absolutely. The shadows as people, and the dove as another kind of people. I think that's very cool. Yeah, the dove flying with hope and belief, and the shadows having to forge on by sheer force of will. That's excellent. I think that's a great understanding of will and belief. That's dope. That's really cool. and you know, the cool thing is that interpretation, right, exists very closely around like all the other crazy interpretations we can come to. And that's a neat thing, right? We all see something and we all see it in these subtly different ways. These just very minute differences that can lead to a radically different kind of worldview, right? If you're reading this as the dove, right, the person with hope, then the shadows, you don't understand them. You call them sin, right? If you're reading them as the willful person, you look at the dove in a certain way, right? And that's really cool. Yeah. I'm going to read it again. In lowlands. I take it to mean that you see yourself as in the lowlands. Cabbage. I think that's where I find myself too. But here we go. Shadows dash across the land, cut through the dark and gloomy night. Their fast paces stir up the sand as the sky's stars gleam far and bright. And when the sun beams above, bringing anew with it a day, along skies glides a lonely dove, thick fog is covering her way. She cannot see what's before her, while further down the shadows still dash through the land just as they were, doing at night, following their will. She does not know what lies beyond, but still the dove flies on and on. In the lowlands. By Cabbage. Thank you so much for submitting your work. Wonderfully courageous to do so, having just come into stream today. I deeply appreciate being able to read your writing, because without your writing, there is no reading, and there is no reading chats, poetry, and writing, which happens to be the title of the stream. Without you all, there is no stream. So I really appreciate that you all continually send me your stuff. And we're going to take a break. I have to go to the bathroom. Y'all should stand up, get away from the computer, and we'll be back in just a second. I can't keep doing this every time. I can't come back from the ad break and just stare at the camera for like for many seconds. I can't do it every time. They're back. They are back. We are back. He is back. She is back. They are back. We are back. Back in Backstreet's back. Back in Bakugan. I don't know. That was the word association trying to word up. Welcome back. That's another back. Back shots. I don't know. Freud is calling. Freud is calling. He says back shots. Back and forth. Hey yo. He's just standing there menacingly. Backstreet Boys are my favorite poets. Hot take. Not a hot take. That's the only take. That's the only one. That's yeah. Anyone else is wrong. If Backstreet Boys If you don't acknowledge them as the best poet, it's actually just like, I don't know, delusion, performativity, self-denial, lack of information. I don't know, any number of these things. Any of these reasons that cause us to be blatantly and confidently incorrect. Because, you know, my favorite poet is myself, duh. I think that's a very reasonable take. I think some people would say that's like egotistical. I think that's really like, I mean, I'm my favorite person, right? And I will be my favorite person until probably I find someone who I fall in love with to such a degree that I will put them before myself. I think that is the kind of love that I think I'm interested in. Uh, at which point, someone else might be my favorite person. If I had children, they would be my favorite people before me, because that's how I would like to embody love. Now, I'm not doing any of that. Me and my siblings are on like equal footing. I think I, yeah. At best, it's 50-50. It might be like a 52-48 in favor of me. Um, is the reality. But quick question: did I do the me next redeem correctly? So the joke of the me next redeem, like man, is it doesn't do anything, um, and it's just a way for you to spend your channel points and say me next, because at the end of the day, it's all based on my whim, and whether I just whichever one I just pick, you know, uh, and usually if I'm gonna read another poem, I'll ask I'll ask whose things are in chat, so you can all say me, 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 me. Um, and I think that's a very appropriate time to use me next when I ask everyone to yeah, that's what I'm talking about. See, it scares me. It scares me that some people have 78,000 channel points. I'm looking at you, Nikki. That scares me. And I need the channel points to go somewhere, right? And 79? Fuck. Imogen is truly an uncaring and arbitrary god. I am. I truly am. It's sort of similar with the with like the Imogen improvises a poem. Is like anytime someone redeems that, there is a small chance that I just say no. Like if someone redeemed it right now, I would just say no. Like I do not have the mental capacity nor interest in improvising a poem. And then it's just I think you can refund channel point redeems. I think there's a way to do that. You can like hit on the little button. You can report them. Wow. You can. Yeah. I don't know how. I'm not that Twitch savvy. So don't go testing fate and then asking me for a refund. God doesn't give out refunds, you know? I don't know how you refund them, I just know you can. Yeah. We're in the same boat. We are in the same boat. Hi. Hello, Wobble Dopsy. Yeah, channel points are so stupid. um My favorite book is Flower Heart by Catherine Bakewell. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it. Do I have a favorite book? Guys, do I have a favorite book? Have I ever said what my favorite book is on stream? That's a pretty... Oh my... Guys. Guys. In the interest of judging books by their covers. In the interest of judging books by their covers. That's a pretty cover. You got like all this color. You got this cool like light thing going on. You got this nice kind of like almost like modern Art Nouveau style. Hey, look at these. You got these little like light things going on. Lasers. I wonder if they're lasers. What if she like shoots lasers from her flowers? That'd be crazy. She's like a flower mage who does laser magic. That's almost certainly not what it is. Look at that. That's pretty. A power she can't control? Maybe it is lasers. Anyway, imagine that you like grow flowers and they just like laser people, and you're like going for this like romantic gesture on Valentine's Day. Like I grew you a flower with my flower powers. Fucking lasers through their skull. That's a great premise. um, I could try to improve a poem now, but improv a poem now. But you lot wouldn't be able to understand it because it'd be in German. Yeah, it would be. Herbalist class level 15 spell. Yeah, flower lasers. I feel like that'd be great. That'd be fucking great. Okay. RPG system, right? RPG system of all these classes. You know, herbalist, you have fighter, you have monk, you have whatever. Everything just converges to lasers. So like the fighter, as they level up, gets like a laser sword. The herbalist, as they level up, just gets laser flowers. As the it's like how everything evolves into crabs, right? The monk trains their power of vision for so long that they can shoot lasers out of their eyes, right? Or they move so fast that they turn into lasers. And like the wizards just get laser spells, which makes them really boring. Rangers, laser arrows. That sounds like a great system. Someone go make that. That'd be terrible. A pitch idea, the fifth element, but instead of the fifth element being love, it's just lasers. The fourth dimension. We have time, we have space. Wait, no, sorry. We have the 3 dimensions of space, up, down, left, right, and we have fourth dimension. It's not time, it's lasers. I think this convergence to lasers is just gameplay upgrade paths of Bloons tower defense. Oh my gosh, we're talking about Bloons tower defense for the second stream in a row. But Bloons doesn't really converge, right? Like I mean, like sometimes the towers end up in similar spaces where there'll be like spiky things or laser things. But then there's like the wild cards like the glue gunner, and then there's just like the banana farm. And like there's always like a different like I mean, I play Bloons TD5. This is my only Bloons experience, right? Um but like you'll have like the 2 different capstones, right? The helicopter, you'll have like the one that shoots rockets and stuff, and then you'll have the one that like gives you the supply drop, right? Or you'll have like the banana farm that's like the banana stalks, and you'll have the banana farm that's the other one, right? So but end gameplay isn't everything just replaced by lasers. I mean, I think like the optimal strat is basically Gatling guns fully upgraded to lasers that cover the whole map until your device crashes. So yes, kind of, right? Like I guess you're not wrong. Let's not forget Super Monkey Ball. Is this Super Monkey Ball? Or is it Super Monkey and the Golden Temple? Is that different from Super Monkey Ball? Super Monkey Ball is like foundational. That's like there was a Super Monkey Ball. Okay. Wait, Golden Temple, Super Monkey Ball. Yeah, okay, we're good. Yeah. Type shit. Except I played Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz because that was the one for the Wii. Oh, Super Monkey. That's funny that there's a Golden Temple in Super Monkey Ball. But no, Super Monkey. Okay, with his laser eyes. Yeah, okay. Super Monkey turns lasers, you're right. And then the temple, I forgot what the Golden Temple does. That's funny. I saw Super Monkey and I went Super Monkey Ball. We're just doing like peak media time right now. Best video games ever. Golden Temple. I should probably like put in like Bloons, you know? Sorry for anyone who's just never played Bloons, but that's on you, honestly, for not being cultured and all that. Oh, right. It just does the sun rays, right? Best monkey video game? Oh, Right. Oh man, there are so many monkey video. Okay, you got Donkey Kong of all variations, right? You have all the Monkey Ball games. You have the Bloons games, are monkey games. What other monkey based video game media is there? Um isn't there like Gorilla Tag? That's a monkey video game. Um uh and technically Donkey Kong is a okay, look, we gotta stretch our definitions so we can have an interesting playing field. We'll just say primate games then, if we're, are monkeys not primates? Monkeys are primates, right? It's like monkeys and gorilla and primates are all here, right? And it's a, maybe the greater apes, right? Isn't that, or something? You have like lesser apes and greater apes or something. I don't know. I'm not that hip to like the monkey lore. Um, Monkeys have a tail, primates don't. Ah, thank you. This is important knowledge for. Thank you. Okay, monkeys have a tail, primates don't. Hold on. Monkey. No. Like primate. Uh, uh, gene, genus. Like, what's the thing called? Like the tree of life or something. Uh, I'll just say like map or something. I want to know. I want to know how these guys evolved. Okay, I get some monkey lore. Um. Okay. 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 This is the one. Thank you, Britannica. Literally my goat. Oh my gosh, where's the cute picture? I want the cute picture back. Where's my monkey picture? Okay, come on. There were like a number of different ones that like would have been fine, and I was looking for that specific. Okay, so nope, not helpful. Not what we want. This guy. Okay. Last common ancestor shared by gorilla, hominins, humans, chimpanzees. Oh, but this doesn't include. Guys, they lied to me. They said the picture would be on this site. Okay, I mean it's readable here. Species. Okay, that's us. Primates. Primates are humans, apes, monkeys, tarsiers, lemurs. All of it. Oh wait, this isn't helpful. Oh wait, it's kind of helpful. And then when we have a suborder, Haplorhini, humans, apes, monkeys, tarsiers. So that's lemurs go out in another direction. And then we have the infraorder, the Simiformes, humans, apes, and monkeys. So we're all in the same this. And then, but that means primates is all of this, right? So primates is everything. So there's, and then we have hominoida, humans, and all apes. And that's where monkeys stop being. They stop being, they go be something else. And we become hominoida. And then family, humans and great apes. Right, so that's like great apes, lesser apes, right? That's kind of what I was saying. And then gorilla goes and becomes something else, where we are homo something, and that's like that we walk on two legs and have like all this stuff. They walk on two legs. Yeah. No, maybe it's the two legs thing. Or that we're gay. I don't know. And then they go somewhere else. So we become homo something and they become blank something. And then here's like homo erectus and homo sapien and homo whatever stuff. Okay. There's a reason I was always bad at biology. The reason is because they want you to like memorize the dumbest thing. It's like who's gonna memorize what a Homo erectus is? I'm just thinking about homoerotic Freudian fantasies at that point, you know, like so. Science class is dumb, right? Because science class predominantly is like memorize all this bullshit that you don't need. And then there's like lab and scientific method, and I guess that's maybe the more interesting part of science class or whatever. Okay, primates are the wider classification. Monkeys have tails. Apes, both monkeys and apes are primates. Glad we've cleared that up. We've cleared up a lot of important things today, like how humans are related to gorillas, the names of characters in Wheel of Time, remembering the name of the Manchurian Candidate, teaching Imogen about Waterworld, which I will be watching soon as inspiration for my setting. I talk about educational, and we read three freaking poems and stuff. Ape Escape, is Ape Escape a video game? Ape Escape, that sounds awesome. Ape Escape, a video game. This has got to be like ancient. Wait, I know this. Wait. I recognize this guy. I recognize this guy. This guy. What is this game? 1997 required the DualShock controller. Compared to Super Mario 64. I wish there were like some Ape Escape. Okay. Dude, this looks kind of dope. I love the games that look like this. That are like super low poly. Wait, is that the same game? That guy doesn't look like an ape. That doesn't look like that guy. I guess, I don't know. That guy's got like red hair and shit. I don't know. I want to see the reviews. How do I... There aren't any... Dang. Okay. Ape Escape. That's badass. Ancient? Before I was alive is ancient. Like, ancient history means history before I was born. You know? That... It's like primates and humans, you know? I mean, they can say I'm Homo erectus, but why do they feel the need to label me? Homo erectus is peak Freudian terminology. You can tell that the person named them didn't think of that. Yeah. There's a... Okay, so I was at like the visitor center of Red Rock Canyon National Conservation Area, which is basically a national park outside, like 10 miles from where I live. And they had, so I'd never been in there before, even though I've hiked there like dozens and dozens of times, right? And they have like some of the little like taxidermies of like local animals, you know, so you can like learn about them. And there's this kind of lizard called a chuckwalla, okay? And chuckwallas, they're really funny, right? They're these like big old guys, right? Like some girthy lizards, right? And look at that unit, right? These guys are awesome. I think they're super cool and badass lizards. Their scientific name, at least of one of them, the one that they had. So they're called Sauromalus blank, and the guy that I saw, his name is Sauromalus obesus. The scientist literally said, "That's a fat lizard. I am going to name it Fat Chuckwalla." Right, obesus. I love scientific names. It's so funny, right? Like we Homo erectus, Sauromalus obesus. Like, I don't know. It's great. I feel like kids would have way more fun in science class if the teacher was just like, "We're gonna learn about scientific names. This is the chuckwalla. It's called Sauromalus obesus because it's a fat lizard." I don't know. Make learning fun, you know? Maybe you can't do the Homo erectus thing, but, you know. Um, chunky lizard. It's so unprofessional until you put it into Latin, then it's fancy, right? Yeah. The plot of Ape Escape. You know this too? Wow. More than that's crazy. The plot of Ape Escape is essentially a monkey ape uprising. So it's like Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. When they gain human level intelligence and steal a bunch of powerful weapons and tech. This is sick. And you play as a kid that uses a bunch of gimmicky gadgets to capture them and quell the. You're quelling the ape rebellion? I wanted to be the ape rebel. I'm never gonna play Ape Escape. You always have to play on the side of like the rebellion. Like you're playing as like some kid brainwashed by fascism to take down like the newly sentient ape nation. Come on. In all fairness, their leader Spectre is kind of a dick, but I bet they don't tell you about the leader of the humans. I bet the leader of the humans is kind of a dick too. And I can play for the humans with a dick leader, or I can play for the monkeys with the dick leader Spectre. But on one case, I'm an insurrectionist, and in the other case, I'm the status quo, right? One, I get to play monkey. One, I have to play human, right? Like, you know, just it's a letdown to me. It's a disappointment. They could have chosen the good ending, and instead they chose to paint Spectre as a villain. My bad. My bad. Accidentally clicked a button. I'd be doing that sometimes. I need to like, I don't know. It has to be open so I can change the scene, but whatever. Keep me away from Imogen when the species war breaks out. They'll betray us all. You know I will. I will. You can mark my words that I will be writing all of the poems sympathetic to the ape cause. You can mark my words that, I mean, they'll probably have like an ape compose the ape national anthem. They probably won't want me to do it. I'll be there. You know, I'll be an ally. Yeah. Yeah. When it occurs, monkey communism. That's what we need. Ape national anthem before GTA 6. He's more Kobe than Caesar? Well, like, we love Kobe. I mean, maybe we don't love Kobe, but I think Kobe is generally quite loved. Animals aren't the only thing scientists are completely unserious about. I feel like this is like setting up for, yep, Phallus impudicus, a type of stinkhorn mushroom. The name literally translates to shameless penis. That's awesome, right? Well, I want to see this common stinkhorn though. I mean, it's gonna be banned from Twitch. It's shameless. It's there. It's up. It's erectus. It's Homo erectus. Feeling kind of Homo erectus right now. I don't know about you guys. What that means though, right? What that means is there's an entire order of phallales, genus Phallus fungus. Which means there are a number of other kind of phallus mushrooms, right? Yes, there are. Freud Freud needs to get in the call right now. Phallus cinnabarinus. Cinnabar phallus. This is awesome. Phallus multicolor. That's awesome. That's really cool. It's like a veil. Look at that. That's like such a cool like texture. That's like, sorry for like the whatever, like the fear of like things with holes in them. Whoever, like, if y'all have that, maybe don't look at the phallus mushrooms, okay? But like, yeah, what a pretty penis mushroom. Like, holy shit. Poem to the great ape leader. Ooh, 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 ah, ah, ooh, ah, ah, ah. Yes. That'll be me. I will learn ape. What I'm talking about, Koba. Oh, you said what one letter can do. What one letter can do. An E to an A. Maybe I just read it as Kobe. I just read it as Kobe. That's on me, Alec, man. Talking about Koba, the tyrannical ape extremist from the modern Planet of the Apes films that would only make active war with humans, but also not only make active war with humans, but also kill fellow apes that disagreed with him and tries to uphold Caesar's ideals of peace or at least relative coexistence with humanity. Oh, that's what you mean by Caesar. There's an ape called Caesar. We're not comparing Caesar of Rome and Kobe of the LA Lakers to help us understand ape escape. That makes so much more sense. So much more sense. I'm like, Caesar? Julius? Crazy. Crazy. How we can be so close in language, but so far in understanding. If your parts look like that, I think you need a doctor, maybe. Yeah, if you look like a phallus multicolor, then get your phallus checked out. Sex education, kids. Well, I'll be off. It's already quite late. Have a good one, cabbage. Already learned more. I've learned more about Freudian psychology in 2 hours than the rest of my life. That is great. I'm so glad that we could teach all the good parts of Freudian psychology. I do not think there is going to be another poem today. Maybe if we didn't get derailed by phallic mushrooms, but we got derailed by phallic mushrooms, and now we're here, right? So I probably don't want to be starting a new poem 4.5 hours into stream, which would end us around 2:30 if we started now, and I have a haircut at 3, so gotta end stream, decompress, and then walk over to the hair place to get my hair cut. Yes, the protagonist of the recent Planet of the Apes film was an ape named Caesar. Gotcha. Names are important. That's why we gotta know who Rand and Nineveh and and the lady are. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Wobbledobsy. And thank you to everyone for coming in. Thank you for those who shared your work. I eagerly await the next stream on Wednesday. So when will you be back to do reviews? Yes. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays. From 9 a.m. Pacific time until I stop Pacific time. That's noon Eastern time in America. That's probably like 5 p.m. UK time. It's probably like midnight Russia time or something. Russia's got a whole lot of time zones. Moscow time, we'll say. Um, good night. Good night. Good night. Thank you all for hanging out on stream. Keep making art you love, because your other options are don't make art you love, or make art you don't love, or don't make art you don't love, which you can kind of do that one too. Um, and keep finding beauty in the world. Got some hands. Got some like jitsu stuff going on. Thanks for watching.